Direct in Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station live from the Comcast Business Studios. 97.5, The Fanatic. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas. This is Kincade and Salciunas. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Well, there's been a debate on this show that we haven't really focused on, so we're going to do that today, but it stems off of last night. All-Star game happened yesterday. All the Phillies stepped up. They did their part, even though the National League lost. But Bryce Harper took to the mic a couple of times yesterday. That dude is just a winner. We all agree with that. How many winners do we have in this city? Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
This is Kincade and Salciunas.
This year, the 2024 Phillies rotation has pitched better than the 2011 Four Aces rotation.
And it's been a bunch of years since the team has had 3 pitchers with 10 wins before the All-Star break. This is historic.
Kincade and Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good Wednesday morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salciunas alongside my man John Kincade. Johnny, good morning.
How you doing this morning?
Allergy day. Sniffly nose. My eyes are itchy. People are going to think that I was enjoying extracurricular activities. I was not. It's just after that rain, thank God we finally got it.
The rain, as someone who doesn't get affected deep by allergies, is it the rain makes it worse? I guess that was supposed to make it better.
I don't know. It depends. Like I don't really deal with the pollen as much. Like,
pollen's more my thing, but it's never bad.
This is me. Like the other day when I did the yard work, it was dry. I felt it a little bit. I was out there for 2 hours this morning. I was outside for 5 minutes walking to my car.
And it got you.
I got the itchy eyes and everything.
Yeah, you look it.
I'll survive, man. We'll get through. It's a Shefty Wednesday, man. I got to step up.
Hopefully the cleanup for people. If you live out in Chester County, we got hit last night with storms that were really intense. We had like 3 arms off of our front tree, and one of them is completely dangling, broken off, just smacked by the wind. Be careful out there. There were no traffic lights between my house and where I got onto to 202.
Oh, all off?
So I would imagine people going to work today navigating like 4-way stops. Treat it like a 4-way stop. They're not even blinking.
Yeah, it was a crazy storms last night, but boy, did we need them. It actually felt nice walking to the car today.
A little better.
At 71 degrees as opposed to 88 at 4 o'clock in the morning, which is not comfortable feeling at 4 o'clock in the morning. But, all right, you heard it during the little tease there. So last night was the All-Star game. American League wins again. It feels like every single year the American League wins it. But the Phillies stepped up. Harper had a hit. Alec Boehm had a hit. The guys in the bullpen did their thing. So it was a nice day for the Phillies. The Phillies showed out.
A feel-good.
Absolutely, for the National League All-Star team. But what I really want to focus on is Bryce Harper to start. And it's going to lead into a discussion, and it will be debate, because it's something that we have debated, but we haven't really turned a show into it. And it's what you consider a winner in terms of an individual player. I'm not saying a team. I'm not saying a coach. I'm saying an individual player. What do you consider a winner? What makes you call them a winner? And who are they here in Philadelphia right now? But I want to start with Bryce Harper because yesterday, of course, he hits a double, right? Like right away.
Right off the bat.
Of course, it's just opposite field, like shows up in the big moment. This guy has never shied away from it. Bedlam at the bank, as we have talked about, will go down as one of the greatest moments of our lifetime. Like seeing that home run through the raindrops after the Padres take the lead the previous inning, and he hits that 2-run home run. You go, dude, this guy is everything is freaking advertised. That's why you waited 100 days to sign him. That's why you signed him to the monster contract.
Thankfully, the Yankees did not come to the table.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why you do the deal where there's no opt-outs, and he has the full no trade clause and all that kind of stuff. You go after a guy like that because you know he will uplift your franchise, and he has done everything to uplift this franchise with his own play, with his ability to attract other free agents, his ability to work with Dave Dombrowski, Matt Klentak previously, John Middleton as the owner, to acquire players via trade and to pay players. Like Bryce Harper is the reason why we have this incredible roster. Let's face it, he's a big part of it.
When you said the line that you say, that a guy comes to town with the huge weight of expectations on his shoulder and delivers 100%
Yeah.
What they could not have, if they sketched out the day they signed Bryce Harper and said, to this point, here are all the things you would get if you sign him. You would race to get the pen.
In a heartbeat.
And you would say to yourself today, he's been a bargain. The only thing left to do is to win that world championship. But there is nothing that I'm saying, yeah, you were in most of the big moments you were in because Harper helped to carry you to them.
Yeah, I mean, he's a big part of all of that. And remember, the 10-year playoff drought, and I know he was here for the last couple of years of that, but big reason why you got out of that playoff drought, big reason why you got into the NLCS, big reason why you got to the World Series 2 years ago, big reason why you got back to the NLCS last year, and a big reason why you have the best record in baseball at the All-Star break. So we all agree that Bryce Harper is a winner, right? We all agree. We're not debating that one.
Amazing winner.
So we can all agree with that. It's going to be the next couple of players that we discuss.
And I know this is coming.
Yeah, of course it will be.
Of course.
But let's do this real quick. Yesterday during the All-Star game, Bryce Harper, he basically did the media tour. He was all over the place. He spoke with every single network imaginable because he's a face of baseball. He's a face of the best team in baseball, and he's very good at it.
He is getting better at it.
Do we talk about how he panders to Philadelphia?
He even pandered to Texas yesterday.
He panders to the world, right?
Yes.
With the cowboy hat and the jeans, and even 2 nights ago during the home run derby, going out there with the water for Alec Boehm. Like this guy's, he's a showman, right?
He is a showman,
and he backs it up with his play. I mean, that's the biggest thing. The fact that he can have that personality and then also back it up with his play and rope a double in the All-Star game yesterday. Here's Bryce Harper talking about the World Series expectations, what it takes to win, and just hearing him speak, you go, yeah, this dude gets it.
I think we're a team that just really wants to win. We have the demeanor. We have, the guys to do that. Obviously, baseball, everybody knows how the game works, right? Anybody that gets hot or anything that goes, anything can happen. And I think people saw that last year as well. So I think we just have to keep being ourselves, playing our game, understanding that with Rob Thompson, I mean, he does such a good job of kind of just mellowing everybody out and just, hey, go play your game. Things are going to happen, and, this is what we're going to do. I think we have a really good, next man up mentality. We have a lot of good veteran guys in the clubhouse as well that we have a lot of fun with. It's a very fun clubhouse. Obviously, John Middleton and Dave Dombrowski, they do a great job of bringing the guys in that we need. And everybody knows Dave, man. Anything can happen.
You think about this team for a second, and I know we're going to focus on individuals and winners. I just want to say this. Are the Phillies almost like a perfect team in terms of how you'd want to construct it?
If you're talking about mix of veterans, mix of young, mix of pitching, mix of relief pitching, clutch bats, it's as solid. I'm going to tell you, it's more solid than at any time, and that includes 07 to 11.
Right, and I'll add to that.
This is better.
Not just talent. We hear about the vibes all the time. We've heard, and not just from the Phillies players, we have heard baseball people, Hall of Famer Tim Kirkchin, Hall of Famer Buster Olney talk about this team. Jeff Passan, I remember last year saying that if you go to Citizens Bank Park during Red October, it feels like you're at an SEC football game.
Jeff Francoeur, who grew up in Atlanta and was a Brave, also a Philly, there's nothing like playing here.
Right.
It's the best home field advantage in baseball, the crowd here and everything. It's not close.
So the personality of the players, the personality of this fan base, ownership that's willing to spend money, Dave Dombrowski that's willing to wheel and deal and make this team the best team possible, and then everything else that you mentioned, the veteran leadership, the daycare. I know the daycare is all of a sudden in their mid to late 20s, but it's still fun to call them the daycare because those are the guys. The daycare isn't necessarily the age. The daycare is the fact that they're not Harper and Schwarber and Castellanos. Right. They're the guys that are still on that first contract or, still fighting through arbitration to try to make a couple extra bucks because baseball's criminal when it comes to that kind of stuff. Like, this team is almost feels perfect that you wouldn't want to be in another situation.
No, I can't pick another team in baseball that remotely has the culture that the Philadelphia Phillies do. And something that might be the most impressive thing about it is, I don't know if it's because of the culture or if it's chicken or the egg, but I think part of that is why they don't crack under the pressure of this fan base like we've seen other really talented teams in this city do, because they trust the guys in that locker room, and they've embraced the fan base as much as I've seen any team in my lifetime do in this city.
When you say crack under the pressure,
yes.
Because in my mind, and I get grief about it all the time, I think this team has cracked under pressure the last 2 years. I don't think they've cracked under the long term. Like, they react well. They understand us. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
They understand us.
Right.
Okay.
But I'll say this. They
understand our scrutiny, our pressure is what you mean.
But there was pressure in the wild card round against the Cardinals, and they got through it.
They did.
They were literally down in the 8th inning. They're a couple
down
outs
the
away.
ninth
Inning. Yeah, sorry, 9th inning. They didn't crack under pressure against the Braves in back-to-back years, right?
They didn't.
They didn't crack under pressure against the Padres in the NLCS. So were there moments in the World Series that they obviously did not overcome? Yeah.
And NLCS
and the NLCS last year, and I'll never forgive them for that. But I can't say that this is a team that will continuously crack under pressure when there were a lot of pressure moments leading up to the moments that ended their season.
And that's why I say certain the DNA has to show this year. Close it out. Close it out. We can't have another year where you have everything sitting there right in front of you at home and you wet the bed at home.
Yeah, but to me, that's not cracking under pressure. That's not DNA. That's baseball.
Yeah.
Like, that's just, slumping doesn't always have to do with the pressure. Like, you could slump in the middle of July, and those games mean nothing. Like, so I don't look at this team as a team that can't handle pressure. I look at this team, frankly, and it's a crazy thought, but the Astros is different because that was a better team.
Right.
Against the Diamondbacks, it was a bad time to have a bad couple of games.
Yeah, horrible time.
It was just unlucky more than it was this team cracking under pressure.
And some really bad decision making.
Yeah, there was bad decision making, and there was bad approaches at the plate and all that kind of stuff. But I don't think Nick Castellanos cracked under pressure. I think Nick Castellanos just tried hitting home runs every swing, which is why his helmet kept flying off every time he swung the bat.
Is not reacting to pressure?
I don't think it's the pressure that
it worked
causes
the first
I understand.
9
but
games of the playoffs.
I understand, but when the golden ring is right there, he was completely lost. Like, the pressure, I think the pressure got to him. I really do.
I
think they lost their approach last year, especially.
I think so. The approach definitely was a problem,
Right.
and the Diamondbacks, by the way, they went against their approach, which was swing at everything.
Sure.
So they pitched outside. They weren't throwing Harper strikes, right? Like
and Schwarber.
And Schwarber.
They didn't throw. And I get Connor's point completely, though, that this team, maybe as good as any we've ever seen in this town, understands us.
Oh yes, definitely.
They understand us. I think they understand us better than the Eagles do.
Yeah, I mean, there's
better than Eagles teams do.
There's some Eagles like Darius Slay. I don't like always pick on Darius Slay, but
he doesn't get us sometimes.
Darius Slay will like make a joke, or he'll say something about the fan base and be like, "Oh, come on, man, I'm just joking." Blah blah blah. It's like, well,
we saw CJ on the way out the door, and then the way back.
It's harder for the Eagles. They have a larger roster size. It's impossible to get 53 guys in here that all kind of can get on the same page.
Especially the turnover in the NFL. Like, this is a Phillies team that's basically running it back.
Exactly. And 26, it's significantly easier. You're almost cutting the roster size in half to find guys that all fit. You can't do it with 53.
Yeah, it's hard. So I want to play one more clip for you, then we'll really get into this discussion, which will lead to debate. But Bryce Harper was then on the set with Fox yesterday, and I love this answer because everyone keeps on talking about how it's Bryce Harper, Bryce Harper, Bryce Harper. I think he gave a tremendous answer that talks about how good this baseball team is.
It's not just me on that team. It's not just Bryce Harper. It's everybody. And we are such a good team with hanging out, going to dinner. You guys know how that is. When the camaraderie is good, when the culture is good in the clubhouse, there's nothing better. And Dave Dombrowski brings in the right guys no matter what. I got chills because I know exactly what Dave wants to do. He wants to win. And it's not just this year. Somebody brought it up today. Is it World Series or bust? No, it's World Series every year, right? Like that's what the mindset is.
I love that. I love that answer. It's World Series every year, but I also love the beginning where he says it's not just Bryce Harper. Like it's this entire team, and that was a way to, I think, show love to his team. There were 8 All-Stars. There were 8 players on the Phillies that were named to the All-Star team.
I loved the way Harper answered every question because in every single one, he acknowledged all the people that helped to get him there,
right,
and helped to make everything was about team. It wasn't about Bryce Harper.
Right.
It was about team. It was about his great teammates, his great front office, his fantastic manager. To me, that is a Bryce Harper. I don't believe that's the Bryce Harper that arrived here in Philly. I believe that is the mature Bryce Harper, because that wasn't Bryce Harper in Washington.
It wasn't in Washington.
That was never, but I think that's maturity.
I think he was pretty mature when he got here. I think it's grown since they've had more success.
He's been incredible on his development and his just the way those were perfect answers. Those were the kind of things that if you sat athletes down and said, "You're on a big stage, a microphone's in your face,"
and he was on the big stage,
and he go here. How do you do it?
Yeah, here's the master class.
Right, it was the master class. That was fantastic.
So here's what I want to ask you guys today. It's 610-632-0975. You can text into the show. You can call into the show. First, let's discuss what you consider a winner. Now, Bryce Harper has not won a World Series, right? So it's not like it has to be championship that makes you a winner. You guys know sports. We've all played sports. We all get it.
Yeah, right,
there are some guys that are just winners, even though they may have never won a championship in the respective sport that they played. But we all agree that Bryce Harper is a winner. Why? He's extremely talented. He has leadership qualities. He has stepped up in the big moments. We've talked about Bedlam at the Bank a million times, how that's something
amazing.
That is basically Hollywood, right? When your best player steps up to the plate, you want to throw little raindrops into the mix because that's what was going on that day at Citizens Bank Park, and then he hits the home run. Like, that was Hollywood-esque, that home run from your best player. What other, what else do you categorize a winner as?
I never have to worry. This is my absolute standard. I never have to worry that you are showing up with a winner's mindset.
Okay.
You are showing up doing all the things you're supposed to do. You're being a professional. You're conducting yourself like a professional. You are doing everything you can to put yourself in a position to succeed. And others can learn from you. You don't have to be the rah-rah speech.
Right.
You can be a quiet leader. You can be a quiet leader.
Like,
you can
I'll
lead
say,
by example.
I'll throw out a name that we're going to discuss, debate, discuss, agree with. I don't know, like Jalen Hurts.
Jalen Hurts leads by example.
I don't think he's the rah-rah guy.
No, he's not. Not unless he's walking through Dick's Sporting Goods and reading the T-shirts.
Right.
Like, I mean, but his leadership is by example.
Right.
And I respect the hell out of that.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think everybody has to be the vocal leader.
No, absolutely not.
But I also think that there were major cracks in Jalen's leadership in this past year.
Right,
yeah.
and that doesn't mean he can't overcome it, right?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't mean, and he's still a young player,
right?
But he's got to correct some things that I think that were very poor in the past year.
Yeah, I think he does. And look, it's been reported. Like, it's
right.
not. You're not just throwing that out there. Like, it's been reported from inside NovaCare that they were disappointed with his leadership abilities. There was reports that they were disappointed with that lack of answer for Nick Sirianni just a couple of weeks ago, right?
Correct.
So, like, there are things that Jalen Hurts has to work on, and some of this conversation will also be speculating and thinking down the road. Like, who Jalen Hurts was last year was not Jalen Hurts 2 years ago. Who do you expect to see more of? Was it last year's Jalen Hurts or 2 years? Like, who is the real Jalen Hurts? And I think it's more so 2 years ago from a winner standpoint. Maybe not from a statistical standpoint. I don't think he's ever going to be the second best player in the NFL, but that doesn't mean I don't think he's a winner.
No, I think Jalen Hurts has enough on his resume that he's a winner.
Yes.
He has enough.
He's a stone cold lock.
He's been to freak. You know, when you go to 3 different college football playoffs,
right,
where twice being a starter and once being the backup and then having to step in and be the starter.
Right.
He is a guy who, another reason why I think he's a winner is because after he lost his job to Tua at Alabama, he could have been a bitch boy.
Yeah, he could have been.
And instead, Nick Saban sat and told us that he was one of the greatest teammates that he'd ever seen because he didn't sulk. He stood there. He did his job. And then when they needed him, he stepped up, and he did his best to try to help them.
And then even though he didn't win a Super Bowl, we can all sit here and say that dude's a winner when he's literally carrying the team on his back and getting into the end zone to tie the game with the 2-point conversion.
I think that day may be the greatest performance that I've ever seen from a Philly athlete on a big stage.
Oh.
Yes.
Johnny.
It may be. No, it may be.
Johnny. How quick we forget Nick Foles.
Guess what I'm telling you? It's a great performance. Nick Foles, great performance. That day was wild. I can't get over. I can't get over what I saw. I did not believe. If you had told me trade score for score with Mahomes, I wouldn't have believed it.
Yeah, but Mahomes may one day look like Tom Brady. Like Nick Foles took down Tom Brady with a greater performance.
Right.
And it was an absolute beautiful one-off. It was a beautiful one-off.
Ridiculous, but
it was awesome.
We're talking about one single performance.
Right.
That was a pretty good one.
Yes.
So here's what we're going to do. Would love to hear from you. Text line, phone line, 610-632-0975. What do you consider a winner?
This is going to bring so many different answers.
It will. It will, because there's a million things where you go, that guy's a winner. Leadership could be one of them. Somebody might not give a damn about leadership, but it's the way that they play on the field. So what do you consider a winner? Do we have winners in this city, and who are they? And I know that's going to lead to plenty of debate today. I also want to get into something about Jalen Hurts. Speaking of Jalen Hurts, we always like to slice up the blame chart. I want to discuss something coming up next, along with this conversation, about whether or not Jalen Hurts had a good season last year. I'll just leave it at that. I'll explain more coming up next, because it's another thing that we've kind of talked about, but haven't really focused on during a show. It's Kincade and Salciunas right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
97.5 The Fanatic. We're teaching video games to John during the commercial break about glitches.
Yeah, like I have played video games with my daughter.
Yes.
But I've never played like at great lengths of time or anything like that.
The way that Connor and I have in the past.
I have seen the Mario Kart, the Grand Theft Auto.
Oh, yeah, man.
The, gosh, I can't think of enough. The Minecraft, which I think
I never
is
played that.
Terrible.
But it's
like I don't
dude, it's one of the highest grossing games of all time.
I have no idea why.
It is one of the highest grossing games of all time.
It is to I do not find it. I do not find them relaxing.
Oh, dude, that's the fun in it.
Like no. I could see where someone's having fun with it.
Yeah.
I don't find them relaxing.
My wife, it's amazing. So at the end of the night, when Cooper goes to bed, she'll read a book, and I'll be yelling at the TV playing Call of Duty. And like that's how I cool down at the end of the day is playing Call of Duty.
Yeah.
The reason why we're even having these
How
conversations.
would that unwind you?
It's an outlet. You
It's
should
an
hear
outlet,
like
man.
the way my brother screams at Call of Duty.
Yeah.
Like no gamer is calm. That's not the point.
You know, every once in a while
It's
you
an
need to
outlet.
scream into your pillow and you feel better afterward. That's basically my night every single night.
Yeah, you're just screaming at a 7-year-old on a fake war game.
Yeah, absolutely. Because NCAA 25 came out this week, and it's only the deluxe version that's come out. The entirety comes out on Friday. I was letting John know that over 700,000 of people have already been at one point on NCAA at the same time, and they've made over $70 million already, which is just incredible. But when there's a game that's that anticipated, that it's been a decade since the last one came out, you're going to get a lot of people of multiple generations.
Sure, absolutely. No question.
Like you got guys that played it 10 years ago. You got kids that probably weren't even born 10 years ago that are playing it right now. It's absolutely amazing. So
I think it's great if you will do it one day with Cooper.
Oh, I can't wait.
I'm going to be honest. I had zero interest for the most part in video games because when the video games I was playing as a kid sucked.
Right.
They were the originals.
Not nowadays, man.
And so now they're much more. But playing with your kid.
Yeah, Coop's going to get wrecked.
But it's invaluable.
I'm not letting him win. That kid's going to get
Good.
wrecked.
Don't let him win at anything.
No, he's going to.
Do not let him win.
He's going to learn today, man. All right, so here's what we're talking about today. And you can text the show, call the show, 610-632-0975. What do you consider a winner? How do you categorize a winner? It could be one thing, it could be multiple things. There's probably somebody out there driving right now that goes, you're only a winner if you've actually won a championship. Well, then if that's the case, then you don't categorize Bryce Harper as a winner, Joel Embiid as a winner, Jalen Hurts as a winner, some of the best players in this city that have not won the title. So I think you'd be foolish to only base it off of people that have won championships. But, hey, that's your opinion. That's your right to have that opinion. I think winners can be categorized in multitude of different ways. And the question is, how many winners do we have in this city? We all agree that Bryce Harper is a winner on this show. There's probably somebody listening that doesn't, and I think you're crazy, but all right. We all as a show agree that Jalen Hurts is a winner. Is that correct?
Jalen Hurts is a winner. He has enough lines on the resume that he's a winner, and there's no arguing it. There's no arguing it.
I know there is an argument to be made for or against Joel Embiid, and I know you do not categorize him as a winner.
I do not,
and I think that's crazy. But
okay, here's what I would like you to do.
All right,
I would like, with my mic shut off, you to convince me.
I think Joel Embiid, when healthy, can go out there and be the best basketball player in the world whenever he's healthy. When the guy is not healthy, other than gastroenteritis in 2019, which was 5 years ago, we've talked about the maturity level of Bryce Harper and how it has gotten better since he's gotten here in Philadelphia. Bryce Harper's been here for 5 seasons, so Joel Embiid has had every opportunity to mature, and you agree that he has done that, and you heard that during the Knicks series, the answers that he gave after wins and after losses. But other than the gastroenteritis issue, that guy has played through everything. 2 fractured orbital bones, the multiple knee injuries that I don't think were caused due to poor shape. That guy's out there in the best shape of his life every single season and only continues to get better. Leadership, he might not necessarily show that all the time, and I know that you're going to bring up Game 7, which is something that I will never forgive him and multiple people for. But then I saw him step up this year. He may have learned from his errors from that Celtics series, and I think he's going to continue to learn. And we're now starting to see him on the recruiting trail like he was with Paul George, which we give Bryce Harper a lot of credit for, that he does that. I think Joel Embiid does that. I think Jalen Hurts did that with A.J. Brown. So if Jalen Hurts and Bryce Harper didn't win a championship, but Joel Embiid does the same things that those guys do, why shouldn't he be considered a winner? I know the one thing that you're going to give me is Game 7, which I agree with you, and that you point out that he hasn't had that moment. But a moment doesn't have to necessarily be a game-winning shot. A moment can be from tip-off till the end of the game, and he has done that multiple times.
Okay, here's what you didn't do. When you try to make the case for Joel Embiid, like if you're saying, are we going to use Harper and who else?
And Hurts.
Harper and
Those
Hurts.
are the two guys that we all agree, like, no doubt.
I can just say to you, Harper and Hurts. World Series, Bedlam at the Bank, against the Braves, multiple years, the MVPs, the clutch moments in the postseason. I can tell you with Hurts, 3 different teams to the college football playoff, 2 different times as the starter, once as the fill-in starter. I can tell you a Super Bowl performance that was for the ages. I can't even tell you a third round series where Embiid has even played in.
Well,
now
go ahead.
Some of that,
Yeah, it's his turn. His mic shut off for us.
Some of that is not his fault. Some of it, I think, his leadership has been devoid of leadership until the past 2 years. I never thought he was a leader, and I never thought he led. I don't think he led by example, and I don't think he led. I noticed that when you talk about it, you're like, when he's healthy, he can do this. He finally showed the maturity. I just wrote down words as you were saying it, and I'm like, okay, it took freaking too long. It didn't take long you know what? It didn't take long. Hurts showed up in this town, and he was a leader. Harper showed up in this town. He was a leader. Now, Harper in D.C. was considered not a leader.
Correct.
So he learned. His toughness will never be questioned by me as far as what he played through.
And you
so
agree
on
that would go into
I think that goes into people who play through stuff. People who don't let stuff stand in their way.
Right.
Always are winners in my book.
Okay.
They like that mentality. So I think he is a very, very tough call. I cannot call Joel Embiid a winner.
Now, let me ask you this.
And let Connor get on what he wanted to jump
Connor,
in.
you go in, and then I will ask you a question
Sure.
off of that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so the whole developing that leadership thing, you brought it up the last 2 years. So that's 5 to 6 years into Joel Embiid's playing career. I'm going by when he started playing because he wasn't as with the team when he was out the first 2 years. Bryce Harper spent 7 years in Washington before he came here. If anything, they're on the exact same trajectory as far as developing leadership, him and Bryce Harper. Now, Bryce Harper gets the benefit because we didn't have to go through those 7 years in Washington, but isn't that giving Joel Embiid the same credit as Bryce Harper?
And let's face it, Bryce Harper comes into the league as the guy on the magazine and all this kind of stuff.
And he delivered, I believe, best player on his team, took him to the playoffs 4 times, I believe, in Washington.
Sounds about right.
I think 4 times. He was the best player as a kid. Now, maturity level,
Joel Embiid
he was not about leading to the playoffs in the NBA and leading to the playoffs in baseball is completely different.
Well,
they are not even
however, when you're coming out of the process and by the way, it had been years since they were relevant. There was 1 year where they were relevant, which was a fake playoff series win against the Bulls because their 2 best players got hurt.
How many times has Joel Embiid's team exceeded expectations that were going into the playoffs?
Come playoff times, they never have.
That's all I got to say.
Is that fully on Joel Embiid?
No, it's absolutely not, and that's why I've said that. I'm never going to question a guy in the NBA. I'd honestly, if I had a broken face
twice,
and I'm out there, and I go out there and play with one, and these guys are throwing bows the way that they do, I'd be peeing myself.
Right.
I'd be thinking, I'd be flinching. I'd be like, whoa.
Yeah.
There's no way. He has never shied away from getting in there and taking that. The respect I have for that is sort of always going to be played in. His horrible body language, which he seems to have corrected.
I think so.
But that was even around just 2 years ago. That was around the Hawks series and that playoffs year. Every time there was a timeout, it was limping to the sidelines. And
Does
oh my
Hurts
gosh,
have good body language?
Hurts' body language is stoic. Hurts isn't sulky boy.
Well, we don't know.
Hurts,
Hold on. We don't know
no.
if it is stoic or not because there are issues. Remember, look, we talked about the reports about how they didn't like it. When times were tough, they looked for Jalen Hurts
That is correct.
to change his personality, and he didn't.
He did, but he was stoic as hell in 2022, and he was the second best player in the sport.
Yes.
Right. So asking
And Joel Embiid has been the best player in the sport, arguably 3 times now.
I think the best player in a sport is decided when it matters the most. That's just me. Look, it's not going to be you'll get Joel Embiid will get respect from me, but he's never ending up on the winners list till I see something.
So I was going to ask this.
Okay.
And I want you to think about this during the break, and we'll revisit this on the other side. And again, we'd love to get your texts and your calls on this. What do you consider a winner? Do we have winners in this city? Who are they? Bryce Harper, Jalen Hurts, we all agreed right away those guys are winners. This is the first one that leads to debate when it comes to Joel Embiid. And I don't know how many other players will have this kind of a debate. I think this is the
he's the
fiercest debate
he's the
of all
lightning
of them.
Rod. Plus, it's the lightning rod, as you know, with me.
Right.
So it's
absolutely. I want you to think about this during the break and answer this for me. What does he have to do for you to start considering him a winner? Now, you gave the reasons what you haven't seen so far.
Yeah.
I wonder if you're ever going to see them. If you believe you're ever going to see them.
Do I believe I can see them? Yeah.
All right, so the things that have kept you from calling him a winner, I want you to answer on the other side if you believe he will overcome those at some point. Because, look, he's not going away anytime soon. They built this roster to maintain it now for the next 3 to 5 years, right? He will probably sign a contract extension. I hope he plays out his career here in Philadelphia, and we all hope that it leads to a championship. Is Joel Embiid, to you, a winner? We love your input on this as well because this is the first one that's really led to debate. You can text it, you can call in 610-632-0975. We'll get John's answers on that coming up next, and your text reaction, your calls as well. It's Kincade and Salciunas right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now is the time to become a Fanatic MVP. Go right now to 975.
us on this beautiful Wednesday morning. It's a Wednesday, which means
Shefty's in.
He'll be joining us at 8 o'clock. Remember last week he joined us at 6:30. We already got done talking to Adam Schefter a week ago.
The kids have no lights on outside, too, either. That's how beautiful it is.
They never do. I always turn it on and yell at them.
Brendan Gunn and Haley are out there, and they are in the dark.
Oh,
but they're just
really?
letting the natural sunlight come in through the windows.
Oh, that's nice.
It's a gorgeous morning.
It is a gorgeous morning.
And it's going to be a bad afternoon and evening.
Yeah.
So enjoy it while you can, but the heat wave will be over.
Yeah, today's a big grill day outside, so that should be a lot of fun.
Oh, that should be fun.
Just sitting in the rain.
In the rain.
All right, so I wanted you to answer a question. If you're just tuning in, I know we have texts ready, and we have a call that I can't wait to get to because I haven't spoken to this man in a long time.
Okay.
But the question is, what do you consider a winner? What is your categories that you consider somebody a winner? And do we have winners in this city? So far as a show, we collectively agreed that Bryce Harper and Jalen Hurts are winners. You look at the guy, you look at the numbers, you look at the leadership, you look at how they contain themselves in big moments, how they walk around. Just Bryce Harper yesterday walking around the All-Star game, and he was one of the faces.
One of my buddies was there covering the All-Star game.
Okay.
And he said, Bryce Harper, your boy Harper owns, I'm looking at read his text, your boy Harper owns this event.
Oh, that's awesome. I didn't know that you got that text.
He said, your boy Harper, and he covered, this guy was there covering the Braves.
Yeah.
He was there from the ABC affiliate to cover the Braves.
I mean, there's an aura that surrounds him.
He said flat out, he goes, your boy Harper owns this event.
Yeah.
That he
was on every network.
He's the Mac Daddy. He's the guy who walks in. He's the guy. And did you see how Alec Boehm, by the way, if you don't fall a little more in love with Alec Boehm, all the time.
That suit jacket was awesome yesterday.
I think but you know what he learned? Where did he learn that from?
The School of Pandering.
Learned it from Harper. But you know what, though? That was a fantastic moment. Walking the red carpet with his parents choked me up.
Yeah.
Like, that choked me up.
That was cool.
God. I mean, it's just we're blessed. We're blessed in that Phillies organization right now.
Yeah, man.
It's really
absolutely.
And Trey Turner, for a guy with all that he's got in the world, all that he's got going on, he never stops smiling.
No, he looks like he just
never
loves.
Stops,
he loves baseball.
Never stops smiling.
He loves. And look, last year was rough on him, but clearly things are going well, and he just loves the sport of baseball.
I mean,
and
the dude talks about weering Little League belts in the game because it hurts him to slide on like any other nicer belts.
Absolutely.
That's a dude making how much money? Like,
$300 million.
They're just so likable.
It's incredible, and it goes to Bryce Harper's comment, which you played earlier.
Right, and we'll play that again in the 7
Dave
o'clock
Dombrowski
hour.
brings in the right guys.
Yeah.
He brings in the right people. He knows what fits. That's where when I hear people go, bring in Bauer.
Yeah, I was just about to say that.
Like, bring in Bauer.
Yeah, no.
You don't bring in an a-hole to an organization like that to totally mess with the chemistry.
Right. That's why they also moved on, and they should have done it earlier, but they moved on from guys like Odubel Herrera and Joris Familia.
They just said, it's done.
Two guys that had a lot of off-the-field issues.
I call them incident guys.
Yeah.
I don't want to be around incident guys.
No, you don't need it.
Like, I don't want incident guys. Incident guys in work, my personal life, whatever. I don't want incident guys.
Yeah.
Guys who can't get out of their own way, women who can't get out of their own way. Honestly, it's like, stay away from me.
Right. It seems like with this Phillies team, you don't have any incident guys.
No.
Now, Joel Embiid has been the biggest debate so far about whether or not he is a winner. And I think, Connor, you agree with me that you believe he's also a winner.
I do.
John does not. No surprise.
Can I ask you what you guys can ask a simple question? Can you tell me what he's won?
He's won over 66% of the games he's played in his NBA career. He's won an MVP.
I know you don't care about individual awards. He's won an MVP, was on pace to winning another one this year. Probably should have won 3 years ago when Jokic won the back-to-back. But okay, he didn't win. He finished second, which we give Jalen Hurts a ton of credit for finishing second in the MVP voting.
That may also be, that answer may also get us to sort of the focus of this conversation from each of our own perspectives. When I think winner, I think they led their team to winning. I don't think of winner meaning individual accomplishments. And you know it already. Individual accomplishments mean nothing to me.
Yeah.
Like nothing. I don't care about Embiid. Like Joel Embiid is, and I got a buddy who probably is listening at this point this morning going, that like still just, I'm always going to remember the Joel Embiid MVP season. I'm like, really? You're going to look back on that year fondly and go, yeah, it was MVP. No, that season sucked.
Well,
it was
I'm
horrible
going to look back
disappointment.
at Joel Embiid's career, even if they don't win anything, fondly.
Hang on
because
now.
he was tremendous.
Bryce Harper and Jalen Hurts have no championships at the professional level to their name.
And they've also both advanced further multiple times in their careers. In Jalen Hurts' situation, 5 times further than
But is
Joel Embiid
is a round or two further enough to make
Yes.
a guy who's won an MVP,
Absolutely.
66% of his games, scoring
And
titles?
by
Yes.
the way,
It absolutely is.
this past playoff series against the Knicks, dude, he balled out. It's not his. It's
Whoa,
not
whoa, whoa.
his fault they lost.
he balled out parts of that series. I don't think
He had one.
there were
game
two
that
there
you
were
weren't
two
thrilled
games
with.
there were 2 games, if I'm not mistaken, and I will be corrected by people on social media.
Yes, you will be.
There were 2 games where I believe he had 1 rebound after the first quarter. 2 different games.
Okay, because he was playing on one leg.
Okay, so there's always how about
John,
this?
in
How
this
about
series against the Knicks, in
Okay.
this series,
which I applauded him for.
this man, in 6 games, playing on the one leg, averaged 33 points, 11 rebounds, 6 assists, a block and a half, and a steal, and was playing almost 42 minutes per game.
That was the biggest thing to me. The last thing you said was the biggest thing to me.
Yeah.
He was battling. He was there. As I said, the last 2 years, 2 years ago, I saw glimpses of what I wanted Embiid to be. This year, I saw what I wanted Embiid to be.
And through an entire series. And I can't say that
I didn't see it for
he didn't lead them to winning because they lost. Like, he led them to – they lost 2 games at the wire.
They did.
And
what do you do what do winners do at the wire?
well, it's they,
I know what you're going to say. It's
Brunson
not
hits
just
the
him.
shot, that's not Embiid's fault.
I know it's not in any
Or
sport.
DiVincenzo
in any
hits a
sport,
shot, it's not Embiid's fault.
in any sport. A player
You ripped
can have a great
Tyrese
thing.
Maxey for being on the floor for too long. That wasn't Embiid's
And it
fault.
was. No, I got you at that. And I did rip Maxey for
I know.
Like, I mean, there's a you either step up or you don't, and I'm seeing him, what is he, 30 now or 31?
30. Embiid will be
30.
31.
He'll be 31. It's taken a long time to get to being the player that I wanted to see come playoff.
And I think you agree. We've talked about this a lot. Bob has mentioned a lot. The first couple of years may not have necessarily been his fault, but how the organization kind of let him do whatever he wanted.
We can revisit that, too. We can talk about that, too. I don't agree with that, but that's just
All right, but I think he's overcome a lot of that kind
he
of
has.
stuff.
He certainly has.
So this is going to be a debate that's going to continue
yeah.
all show long. Is Joel Embiid a winner, yes or no? And what do you categorize as a winner? What winners do we have in this city? We're going to get to the text line and the calls coming up next, 610-632-0975. There was one thing that I said you shouldn't say, that you're not a winner until you win something. An old friend has called in. Can't wait to talk to him. It's Kincade Salciunas. We also get more into Jalen Hurts in the 7 o'clock hour right here, 97.5 The Fanatic. Schefter will be joining the show. Can't wait. Always love our Wednesday conversations with Schefty.
I can't wait to. Are we asking Schefty to just respond to the general question?
Yeah, I would love that.
Like keeping it away from, like, not necessarily making it about the Eagles,
right?
But just in his definition, what he thinks makes sense.
Because there's been millions of athletes that never actually won a championship that you would still categorize as a winner, and there's multiple different ways. Like, we've probably not given every single reason why somebody would consider somebody a winner.
How about this? I don't think you could give me a list of 5 that people would consensus say, guy's a winner, who have accomplished as little or less than Joel Embiid has. As far as winning.
Like, you can't make the debate, is what you're saying.
Like I'm saying is that I believe if they, like, there wouldn't be that the common denominator is winning. And I know it's a team thing. I know it is.
Yeah.
But, it counts. Big game Bob Orry. Robert Orry, great dude, by the way. Like, he's considered a big-time winner.
Yeah. And I would say that he is.
He was, what player on the roster was Bob Orry?
For the Sixers?
No. For Robert Horry,
yes,
on the rosters when he won championships,
like 6, 7.
Yeah.
I would say 7.
Yeah,
I'd say he's usually like the 7th guy.
Oh, what? No. Oh,
but like,
okay.
So what I'm saying is
the Sixers never had that 7th.
No, but I'm saying is like
Sixers haven't had a second guy
on any team he was on. Robert Horry was probably the 7th guy.
Yeah,
but he was big game Bob and big shot Bob.
Yeah,
because he had that winners.
Right, you don't have to be an MVP to be considered a winner.
And that's key.
Right, absolutely.
So let me ask you this.
Yes.
Is Jimmy Butler a winner?
I would say yes.
I think Jimmy Butler is.
I would say yes as well.
I think Jimmy Butler carries people.
They were an 8th seed and got to
along.
an NBA championship. Like that what cements you as a winner.
And look, it'll come up later in the show, so it is. But, like, to me, no matter what, I think he had deficiencies and flaws, but what Allen Iverson did in 2000.
He's a winner.
Was freaking. Well, I think he was a winner even before. But what Allen Iverson did in 2000 to me is still one of the most mind-boggling things I've ever seen in sports. That he took a vagabond group of players and somehow managed.
It was a good group. Just not individually.
Good. The only team
it was a good group.
Yeah, but
they weren't great individually.
The only team I've ever seen worse in an NBA final is the first Cleveland team that LeBron dragged to the final.
Literally by himself. Well, come on, don't disrespect Big Z like that. Zadrunas
gosh.
Easy.
That's a future Hall of Famer.
That's my bad.
That's a future Hall of Famer.
That's a big my bad.
Because it's the Pro Basketball Hall of Fame, not the NBA Hall of Fame.
That is
come on,
correct.
Man, don't disrespect Big Z like that. All right, so what do you consider a winner? And do we have winners in this city? Who are they? Would love to hear from you, 610-632-0975. I have a question on Jalen Hurts that I will bring up to you guys in about 10 minutes. But let's go to the phones and get some texts reacting to today's topic. Let's go to my man Aaron in West Philly, who I was able to talk off air with because it's been a while since I've heard from him. Big A, what's going on, man?
What's going on, Andrew? Nice to meet you, John.
Nice talk. Hey, Aaron, I've heard you call before, and I'm anxious to talk to you.
This is an interesting question. Me and Andrew have been going back and forth for years.
Oh, yeah.
It's no winner. It's no winners in this city. None.
Well, you're already wrong.
No. How am I wrong? If you don't win a championship, how are you a winner?
Lane Johnson not on this team anymore? Brandon Graham not on the Eagles anymore? Because we're going to get to those guys at some point.
Brandon Graham won the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
but he's a winner.
So he's a winner. You just said there's no winners in this city. You just said there's no winners in this city.
I'm talking about that's playing right now.
He's playing right now.
On the team.
Lane Johnson's critical.
We're going to talk about the 3 we just talked about.
Okay, so you want to focus on those 3. Okay.
Harper's not a winner. He hasn't won a championship. He's a great player, but he hasn't won. Okay? Embiid the same way. And who was the other guy?
Jalen Hurts.
Aaron, if I said to you the old Sesame Street game, though, you know where one of these things is not like the other, and I put Hurts, Harper, and Embiid
because they went to championship.
No. Who's the one of these things is not like the other? Who is it?
It's Embiid.
It is Embiid. It's not even like you should. If anybody hesitates answering that, they're crazy.
All right, so let me ask you this then: do you believe Allen Iverson was a winner?
No.
So you're saying you have to have won a championship, and if you have not, you're not a winner, plain and simple.
Plain and simple. You have to win something to be a winner.
Man.
And if they haven't won nothing, that doesn't make you a
There have
winner.
been so many athletes that haven't accomplished anything then.
But listen, if you ain't get to the mountaintop, if you got to the mountaintop and ain't put the thing on the top of the mountain.
Yeah, but was it Allen Iverson's fault that he didn't get to the mountaintop?
Got to the mountaintop, but they didn't stamp it. They did. You got to put the flag on it. They didn't put the flag on it.
Yeah, but how much more could have Allen Iverson have done? Like, how much more could Bryce Harper have done? Could Jalen Hurts have done? Obviously, everybody could have done a little bit more. And Aaron, great hearing from you, man.
Thank you, buddy.
It was great talking. It's been a while. Obviously, every single player in a game that ended a season with a loss could have done more. Jalen Hurts could have not fumbled the football, right? Bryce Harper in the NLCS last year could have not hit a lazy fly ball to center field when there were guys on base. Everybody could have done more.
Yes.
But that one moment or those two moments should not take away from you not being a winner when it's a team sport. Every single sport's a team sport. For crying out loud, Allen Iverson didn't score 90 points a game. He needed help from his teammates. But you can't take away from them because their teammates weren't necessarily great. Like, that's why I believe Joel Embiid is a winner. It's not his fault that Tobias Harris is far from being a winner. They're on the same team.
It's not golf. It's not tennis.
Right.
It's not swimming. Like, there are other factors at play that you have to consider. Now, not everybody. You can't just say, like, oh, well, everyone gets the benefit of the doubt of teams. We do have to evaluate who has Joel Embiid had alongside him. And we got to do the same with other players. But it's more than just, like, did they win a championship or not? Because there's too much that goes into it outside of an individual.
I got to tell you, though, is that to me, the mental gymnastics that people do to say the low bar that it takes to get to the Final Four in the NBA, it's a low bar. It is low. When the Indiana Pacers are going multiple times since you've gone. The
Indiana Pacers went up against the injured Milwaukee Bucks team that you were hoping to face in the second round or third round.
I thought they're beating the Knicks, though. I thought they're beating the Knicks. And the Sixers should have beaten the Knicks. And the Sixers tell you themselves they should have beaten the Knicks. Like, I mean, it's the mental gymnastics that people do to say, oh, yeah. Getting to the Final Four of the NBA is not hard. The Hawks have done it twice in a decade, and the Hawks suck. They suck. And they've been there twice in a decade. It's just there's a lot that is just passed off and sort of excused.
And look, it's horrible. We're borderline cursed when we keep on talking about not getting out of the second round for 23 seasons now.
That is correct.
But again, that Knicks series was not Joel Embiid's fault. Like, he did, I would say, except for game 4 was it, or game 5? He scores 19 points, but he still grabbed 16 rebounds. Like, there wasn't really many games where you go, Joel Embiid didn't play his best that night.
Oh no, you're not going to get an argument.
It's not Joel Embiid's fault that Josh Hart, out of nowhere, who was a 30% three-point shooter, shot like 97% from three in that series. Like, is that Embiid's fault?
Is it Embiid's fault that I'll just give to you here, in the biggest moments, if Bryce Harper and Jalen Hurts and those were given the last 5 minutes of that Boston game, Game 6.
I've already told you it's inexcusable.
And Game 7. Well, guess what? That was just a year ago in the calendar. It was a year ago. And by the way, how the hell does it take you so long to develop the skill set that great players have? Till you're 30? That's inexcusable to me. It just is. It's like, I got to say, do I believe, you asked me the question before the break. Mm-hmm. Do I believe we're going to see it? I do.
Okay.
I think I do believe that this year was a window, and next spring, again, we talk about health. Barring that, he'll kick the door in, and he'll give us that moment. We'll have our Final Four moment. He'll just get over that. And who knows, once that door's kicked in, how far they go. Who knows? Maybe things fall their way. But, yes, I do believe I saw enough the last 2 years, even though we let it down at the end 2 years ago. Last year's playoff showed me something about Embiid that I'm hoping we will continue to see grow.
Okay. I think there have been a lot of playoffs more than just the last 2 years. Like, that Miami series when he has the fractured face, Like, I think he did a lot with the fractured face. And the problem
again,
was,
I give him the ultimate things for playing.
Game 5 was when Dwayne Dedman smacked him in the face on accident, going up for a rebound.
Accident, yes.
Game 6 was his worst game because he was probably fearful of getting hit in his fractured face a second time. Which can you blame the guy?
I said I told you I'd pee.
But I saw him in that series ball out. I know we destroy the Sixers for what happened in that Atlanta series, right? I mean, but
another time when he was absolutely deficient with the series on the line and the turnovers in Game 6 and Game 7, inexcusable.
Turnovers were problems.
He was horrendous. He was horrendous against a bad team.
He scored 31, grabbed 11 boards in Game 7.
And when it mattered the most, didn't come through. Game 6 or Game 7? Game 6 they won.
When it mattered most, Ben Simmons passed off a dunk.
Okay. Without pass. You know what you don't have to do with Jalen Hurts? You know you don't have to do with Bryce Harper, even though they haven't won a championship yet. You don't have to pass the blame onto someone else.
Well, you don't have to because of 1 year for each of those guys. But Jalen Hurts in 2 games against the Buccaneers outside of 2022 has looked terrible. Bryce Harper couldn't carry the team.
Harper did nothing.
Bryce
really.
Harper couldn't carry the team to the postseason.
We do not agree on that.
What? The Jalen Hurts
terrible?
He was terrible last year. Dude, he ran back 14 yards and got sacked in the end zone for a safety.
Scored, what, 9 points?
That was a absolutely terrible. That afternoon against the 49ers was atrocious. Atrocious thing. I do not think he had a terrible season.
Wait. No,
we're
the
saying
Buccaneers.
in the playoff games.
The Buccaneer game. The Buccaneer game was, hey, pick your poison on that one. I saw Jason Kelce, considered to be the greatest, that ever walked.
Okay.
Walk around the sidelines like a zombie. Totally out of...
Because his career was over, and it was ending on a horrible note.
It was a 7-point game.
Right.
Don't give me that.
But it
was a 7-point game.
It's not about Kelce. Jalen Hurts is supposed to elevate these guys to win.
And you know what? The veterans in the veteran leadership is supposed to, too. And I saw in a 7-point game, I even saw Jason Kelce doing the walk up and down the sidelines glazed over.
So was Jalen Hurts.
Don't tell me his career was over, because one turnover, one play tied that game up. It wasn't a blow. They weren't losing by thing at that point. That team mentally checked out last year. And I put some of it on Hurts.
Yeah, some of it definitely goes on Hurts.
I put most of it on the coaching staff.
It's crazy what happens when the supporting cast around a great player doesn't show up.
Right.
It makes them look pedestrian.
It has a lot in Embiid's career.
Yeah, always. It just always does.
Yes,
except when he has a chance to do something and he doesn't. And don't tell me I'm not gonna gloss over 2023. You guys can. I'm not glossing over the Boston.
I'm not glossing over it. I've said a million times that it's inexcusable what happened.
And you know what? That is not going to happen. The not showing up part, the being totally checked out of a big game is not going to happen with the other guys that you're calling winners. Period. It doesn't happen.
I didn't see Jalen Hurts checked in last year.
What do you mean?
In the Buccaneers playoff game, dude, he was horrible.
It was not a good game for any of them.
He ran back 14 yards and got sacked in the end zone for a safety.
That was
only him. It wasn't because of bad blocking in front of him. That was a dumb. It was a dumb play. It was a stupid play.
It was a horrendous decision.
So that's that's on him specifically in a big moment.
And again, I've seen much more to go. Yes, check.
And that's fair to say
for Hurts that I've never seen from Embiid.
You can't say you've never seen it with Embiid.
Moments on the stages. There are stages that I have that I can go Hurts and Harper that I've never even seen Embiid play on, even step onto.
And part of that is his coaching and his organization and his teammates. And
part of it is him.
Can you look into the studio, into my eyes right now, these beautiful hazel eyes?
They are nice eyes, Connor.
And tell me that Joel Embiid has ever had a team around him the quality of the 2022 Eagles or the 2022 and 2023 Phillies.
He has never. I will give you that. But you know what he also has had? He's had a team better than teams he's lost to. This year, he had a team that was better than the Knicks. He had a team that was better.
Was that his fault?
He had a team that should have beaten the Celtics.
I got you.
He had a team that.
That's fair.
So the thing is,
should have beaten the Celtics, but let's not act like the Celtics weren't a team that just won the title the next season and weren't in the title the year before.
They were a damn good team.
Yeah. So
the thing is, should they have beaten the Celtics?
They should have won the final 5 minutes of Game 6.
That's it. That's it.
They could have, even if they showed up to Game 7, which again inexcusable. They probably could have still lost that game.
I can't even think of. Can you imagine, mopey, disinterested Bryce Harper in a Game 7?
No.
Jalen Hurts? Mopey, disinterested?
I saw it last year in the Buccaneers game.
No, you did not. You saw a bad game out of Jalen Hurts. You did not see mopey, disinterested Jalen Hurts. You did not.
I saw a lot of head down. I saw a lot of head down moments out of Jalen in that playoff game.
I see Jalen
We might
Hurts,
need to go back to your all-22 film.
I see Jalen Hurts with it in a 21-point lead. I'll never forget that in the year before when Devontae and AJ are yucking it up on the bench in the Giant game. And it looked like Jalen Hurts, like somebody had ran over his dog.
Oh,
like it was just
looked worse last year. Well, this past playoffs when they lost. Now I want to ask this other question about Jalen Hurts, and we'll continue this discussion because we're getting a lot of discourse on it. You can text in, call in 610-632-0975. What makes you consider somebody a winner? We had Aaron call in, and I'm surprised. Well, I'm not surprised because I did say somebody in their car is probably thinking you're only a winner if you've won a championship.
Well, isn't that, though, what have you won? Like, isn't that part of the equation? And in sports, is it about the laundry or is it about individual trophies you put up on your shelf? And I think a lot of people are probably
it's all over the
wondering
place.
that question.
Here's the problem with that whole you're not a winner till you've won thing. We have to be able to have some level of projection or the argument isn't worth having.
Okay, Iverson's a winner. In my mind.
Yes.
And Iverson never won a championship.
Dude, I bet you there is somebody.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, I will put the winner tag on people who haven't won championships.
Exactly.
Right.
You have to.
And there's, this is not me, but I guarantee you there is somebody that does not consider Kevin Durant a winner because he joined the Warriors in order to win a championship.
I don't consider Kevin Durant.
I might not either.
Well, and that's the thing.
I
like,
don't.
Even though he's won a championship, so
they won without Kevin Durant,
right.
and then they won with him.
But to
they
Aaron's
didn't need
point,
him to win.
Aaron says you're a winner if you've won a championship. So does that mean Kevin Durant is a winner because he won a championship?
Well, Kevin Durant helped them win championships. He absolutely did. But they didn't need him to win championships.
Because
they won without
before
him.
and after getting Kevin Durant.
And I do believe he is the epitome of a go someplace where somebody else can not be. When he's the alpha dog, he feels like he's under pressure, and he's like, "Move me to the next place."
No, he's pretty.
Move me to the next place.
He's still pretty good at it.
No, he is good, but he doesn't lead anybody anywhere.
Okay. So here's the other thing that I want to ask, and this is one of these shows where it's like, all right, we haven't really been able to dive deep into this. I want to dive deep into this with a lot of Eagles fans that probably disagree because I know how you feel about it, John. But yesterday, you said something that I wrote down when you said. You've been pretty stern about saying Jalen Hurts had a bad season last year.
Yes, I think right, and I did, and I think you called it. And by the way, I think you were right.
Yes,
I think you called it more than maybe any host on the station.
I don't want to say he had a bad season, like trade him, cut him.
No. But you were calling out.
He did
the
not
season.
play well
In the midst of the season, I think you were the most consistent to call out that he wasn't having a good year.
Right.
When guys like me were trying to find silver linings more often.
I thought turnovers were a major issue. I thought he did miss people down the field. And I do believe that Brian Johnson and Nick Sirianni's offense had a lot to do with it. So
I do too.
That's why I'm not saying, like, last year is because of Jalen Hurts' poor play. I think some of his poor play was because of his coaching staff. But, as we've talked about multiple times, the play against Seattle, some bad fumbles. Brian Johnson didn't say, hey, go fumble on this play.
No, and Brian
go
Johnson
throw in a double coverage on this play.
And Brian Johnson drew up a play that should have at least tied the Seattle game.
Right.
But Jalen Hurts went rogue and lost the game for them.
So I want to ask this question, and we'll dive deeper into it coming up next at 610-632-0975 with you and then, of course, with us as the show. Do you believe that Jalen Hurts had a good season last year, yes or no? And if you say no, are you saying... But it's because, and it has nothing to do with Jalen Hurts. I'm going to play you a clip from Booger McFarland, who was on, it still works with ESPN. I know he doesn't do Monday Night Football anymore. But he said something that I haven't really heard a media member outside of Philadelphia say that didn't have any agenda attached to it. Like you see all the time, the Jalen Hurts debate, and it's always tearing one guy down to try to uplift another player. They got into a conversation on Get Up yesterday about Jalen Hurts. And Booger McFarland said something that I have yet to hear a national media member say where there was zero agenda attached to it. I'll play you that coming up next. It's Kincade and Salciunas. Adam Schefter joins us at 8 o'clock right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic on the Schefter Wednesday morning. Schefter will be joining us coming up at 8 o'clock. Time for some of your calls and texts before that. You can chime in at 610-632-0975. Our main topic today, what do you consider a winner, and do we have any winners in this city? We've been stuck on the debate about Joel Embiid. We all agree that Jalen Hurts and Bryce Harper are winners despite not winning a championship just
Some
yet.
don't agree with us, as we heard.
Right. Our man Aaron from West Philly said unless you win a championship, you shouldn't be considered a winner. So he would consider Brandon Graham and Lane Johnson winners, who we will get into as this show continues. But I do want to bring something up about Jalen Hurts. I asked it during the break, or heading into the break. Whether or not you believe Jalen Hurts had a good season last year. Like, forget numbers for a second. And I know that's hard. I know it's hard to forget numbers sometimes. I'm going eye test. Did Jalen Hurts look like he was having a good season last year?
He did not have a good season last year.
Did he have some great moments? Because
Yes.
you bring up the
Buffalo
Bills,
game was
Connor.
amazing.
Yeah, the Buffalo game.
The Miami game was
amazing.
pretty good, except that he threw a pick six in that.
You went on
Right.
the road and you beat Kansas City. I mean,
But that wasn't a...
I know
it
it wasn't
wasn't a
his
great
best game,
performance.
but guess what? It doesn't have to look pretty in that spot.
Right.
You're playing Kansas City on the road. You'll take any win.
You'll take a win there, yeah. He did not have a good season, though. He had an average season. He was an average quarterback last year.
He was
an average quarterback.
He wasn't great. Like
No, good or great. He was not good or great.
The stuff that, like, we're sitting here questioning why Trevor Lawrence got paid the most money in football after not really doing anything last year. But we sit here and say that Jalen Hurts is fine. Like,
No.
he did not have a good year last year.
Here's
No,
what
he
I
did
would
not.
say. He wasn't an average quarterback last year. He was a great quarterback who had an average year. I think you still saw flashes of what he is when he's at his best. There are some
I didn't
quarterbacks
see
who
many
have that
flashes,
year.
dude.
No, you saw
I
a
didn't
couple.
either.
You saw a couple big games. Dude, see,
All right, so hold
this
on.
is the Eagles
I
echo
had
chamber.
I remember having this debate with somebody 3 years ago. I forget who it was. It was one of our great callers. It was 3 years. It was his first year as a starter,
Okay.
Jalen Hurts. And
So not the 4 games at the end of the year, the
right,
2021
it was the full season. I think like week 12. I'm just throwing that out there. Week 12, I was doing post-game show. He threw a back shoulder touchdown pass. And I remember saying, oh, wow, he finally did that. And the guy called in and said, well, why are you dogging him for that? Like, aren't you glad that he did it? I was like, yeah, I just wish he's done it at least one other time in 12 weeks. Just because he does flashes doesn't necessarily make him a great quarterback. I've seen Gardner Minshew have flashes. And he
2022
stinks.
makes him a great quarterback.
Yes.
And then the flashes of being that guy again in 2023 mean he's a great quarterback who had an average year. We've seen great quarterbacks have bad years before, worse than what Jalen Hurts had this past year.
Yeah, but he didn't have a good season last year.
All right, let me spin it to you again. In the biggest games of his career, has Joel Embiid had, for the entirety of them, more flashes of what we want, or has he delivered?
Look, I think he's delivered more than you give him credit for.
I didn't ask you that question.
I think he's delivered more than you give him
No,
credit
that's not
for.
what I'm saying.
I think
So
he's
you think he's
delivered
delivered. I do
more
not.
than
I
flashes.
do not. I think he's had more flashes than delivered. In the biggest games of his career, we can point to more flashes of brilliance than we can to just that he did basic. He did basic what was expected, or below basic.
Well, basic is
Or below basic.
Basic is 30 and 10.
Or below basic.
That's
which
not
he
basic for
averaged,
anybody.
which is what he averaged in the playoffs this past year. He's averaged in his career 25 and 11. Like that's pretty. That's
No, I think
better
25
than
11 is
basic.
good. No, 25 11 is good.
Yeah, it's-
That's good. No, there's
Yeah,
no.
it's good.
Nobody argues.
That's his.
It's good.
That's his
But
career.
the
That
thing
goes
is-
back to.
But you got. You know what?
His first season in the
But
playoffs.
again, in the biggest moments, last 5 minutes of games, critical moments, tied games late. Where are those moments for the Toronto series?
Yeah.
Game 3 on the road. That clutch basket, that clutch 3
Yeah.
was the signature playoff moment for Joel Embiid.
But a moment doesn't necessarily
his-
have to be
that is
a
his-
game-winning three.
but that is
A moment could be
Okay, give-
scoring 50 like he did in Game 3 against the Knicks. That wasn't one specific moment. It was a full game where he scores 50 points.
And the Maxey game was a signature moment for him. The signature, that is fantastic. But when things are on the line,
I'd rather
think
a
he's
signature
delivered.
game than a signature
Okay,
moment.
I don't think he's delivered. I don't. And
okay.
it's just is not
and that's
gonna
where
be-
you and I will
Right.
disagree.
Absolutely.
But when it comes to the Hurts discussion, I do want to know from you guys at 610-632-0975, do you believe he had a good season last year, yes or no? And if you say no, are you then going to say, yeah, but it's because of Brian Johnson, or it's because of this, it's because of that? Here's Booger McFarland yesterday on ESPN. Again, there was no agenda. They were not debating, is this quarterback better than this quarterback? They just got into a discussion about Jalen Hurts because they were going through the ESPN top 10
Right.
list. He fell out of the top 10. He was 13th. We had Jeremy Fowler on yesterday. Here was Booger McFarland talking about Jalen Hurts' season last year.
We can talk about if and maybe. He wasn't very good last year. Let's just be honest. And we can talk about a lot of reasons why he didn't throw the football well last year. He got paid. He didn't run the football as good last year. Let's just call a spade a spade. Now, can he get back to where he was? I honestly have no idea. He's got to be a quarterback that's got to be a dual threat guy. He's never going to be a pocket passer. It was almost like last year they tried to make him a guy who lived from the pocket, and that's never going to be his game. Just like Lamar Jackson, it's never going to be his game that he's going to stay in the pocket. He's got to be a quarterback that uses his athleticism almost to kind of fool the defense like he's going to run and then throw the football down the field. And as far as Philadelphia's season, Greeny, there's a lot to be found out about this team and about their mental psyche. You don't go 10-1 and then lose like 6 out of your next 7, and then everybody's loafing on defense. The defense is not as good. A lot of people are pointing fingers. Yes, the quarterback was hurt. He was not healthy. But at some point, there's a lot more that's going on with that football team than we know about, and it's going to be very important to see the first 5 or 6 weeks of the season, because if they go south early on, the head coach could be fighting for his job by the midway point of the season.
I feel like that was the least agenda-driven clip we've ever heard from one of those ESPN shows.
And I can tell you, I don't know Booger very well, but I knew him from my years at ESPN. Agenda isn't his deal.
Right.
He just lets it fly. And I think that's a very fair assessment.
The one thing I disagree with was when he said, will he ever get back to it? I don't know that answer. I think he will.
No. Is that, but, well, I mean, that's his opinion. He
right,
doesn't
and
know.
that's fair. And
I'm
that's the
gonna
one
say,
thing I disagree with. I agree with everything else that he said.
I'll tell you, I found a lot of things about 2023 very troubling.
Yeah.
That but I expect them to be corrected.
But you know what's interesting? He mentioned the pocket passing.
Yeah.
He was number 1 in the NFL the year before from the pocket.
Right. But remember Jeremy Fowler, who we had on yesterday. I actually had him on with Ant, after he put out the tweet, that the Eagles it was an orchestrated effort to try to develop him into being a pocket passer going into this season. Like more so a pocket passer.
Right.
Booger McFarland probably didn't see that tweet or read that clip. He said, yeah, based off of what I watched, they tried turning him into a pocket passer, and he's not very good at it. So let him get back to where he was 2 years ago. And maybe the answer just straight up is that Brian Johnson and Nick Sirianni were not good for Jalen Hurts.
I think that's what it was.
That could end up being the answer.
I don't think it's just crazy you go from 2022 to 2023.
Oh, it's wild.
And you put a guy that was not ready for the stage in the job. Brian Johnson was not ready for the job. Being Jalen Hurts' friend and his dad coached him is not why you get an NFL offensive coordinator job. And again, the league will tell you, Dan Reeves said it, the league will tell you, Brian Johnson was available. Everybody had a chance to say, boy, the Eagles screwed him up.
Right.
Now, the story was out.
All right, so let's get back to the phones. You can climb in 610-632-0975.
1 sugar.
Our topics today, what do you consider a winner? Do we have winners in this city? Who are they? And Joel Embiid's been the biggest debate so far.
Sure.
Because we agreed that Hurts and Harper as a show collectively are winners. Me and Connor agree that Embiid is a winner. John says he is not. Also, Jalen Hurts, did he have a good season last year? Yes or no? And let's discuss it. Let's go to Derek in North Philly. Derek, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Man, y'all drive me crazy. There's too many topics. That's good. Like, seriously. I'm like, yo.
You know what's funny? I got this slow news day, huh? Tweet on Twitter. You know what? We got plenty of good discussion points today.
But y'all putting them all together, so let me run them off, and then I'm going to hang up.
Sure.
Listen, first of all, Joel Embiid makes everybody better. Look at Caleb saying He gonna come here and get his opportunity to shoot. He makes everybody's job easy. So stop saying he's not a winner. Where was the bats at in the World Series with Harper? I love these guys. They great, but those bats did not show up.
Wait. In the World Series, they showed up for 4 games.
No, what about the?
No, for 3 games. Excuse me.
But you're talking about Joel Embiid needs to go.
Yeah, but wait. Yeah, but wait a minute. But wait. Are you disregarding the St. Louis series, the Braves series, and the Padres series?
We talking about winning matters. That's
but wait. He carried them with winning mattered. They wouldn't be in the World Series if he didn't win.
What about Joel Embiid? If Joel Embiid is not there, what do they win?
They are not even in the playoffs.
Wait. I got to see this because there's too many topics. All right, real quick. We talk about us getting to the Super Bowl or the playoffs and all that, but we always want to go the easy route. We should want to go the hard route. Last year, Jalen Hurts had a bad year, but everybody did. A.J. Brown dropped a lot of passes. Lane Johnson was getting beat. Freaking Mailata was getting beat. That whole team was trash. So you got to get on everybody. It's not, and he went off script. Like I say, it's so much stuff to talk about. Y'all driving me crazy.
There you go, man. Thank you, Derek.
You're the man, Derek. Thanks for the call. We appreciate it.
I got to tell you, and I respect the hell out of Derek, but and I think he makes some really good points. Anybody who is going to bring up Embiid and Harper in the same sentence with winner, I just I have to fight for my listening ears not to turn off. I think I think it's ridiculous.
So you're not going to listen to us the rest of the show?
I think it's ridiculous if someone puts them on the same level, it's ridiculous.
I don't think they're that far apart.
They aren't.
Okay. I do not believe they're in the same zip code.
You got a really cool swing out of Bryce Harper.
I did.
Outside of that.
No, I didn't. I got a series against St. Louis as an underdog. Okay. I got a series against Atlanta as an underdog.
Series against a team that finished last in their division next year.
Don't talk about the year, what they did the next year. Talk about what they did. They were Bryce Harper, as an underdog, won a series. As an underdog, won a series.
Okay.
As an underdog, won a series.
And we also said that they shouldn't have been underdogs because we said that they came up small during the regular season.
Are you no. Bull crap.
Dude, we all said that they came up small during the season.
You're telling me they weren't an underdog against the Braves both years? You're out of your mind.
But I'm talking about the Cardinals. You're talking about how they were an underdog. They shouldn't have been an underdog because they should have played better during the regular season, and you agree with that.
If ifs and buts were candies and nuts, nobody on this station was picking them to beat the Cardinals. So that's a bunch of revisionist history BS.
No, but I'm saying during the regular season, you would have said that they didn't do enough.
No, you just said that they weren't an underdog. BS.
I never said that they weren't. I said they shouldn't have been underdogs, and you agree with me.
Yes, they underachieved during the season.
Yes.
But going into that series, not one person on this station picked them to beat the Cardinals.
Right, and then thanks to Alec Boehm getting drilled by a 100-mile-an-hour fastball.
That was one of many things that happened. And they did, and they're huge underdogs against the Braves both years.
Absolutely.
And they did it.
Multiple guys
Bryce Harper
played well in those series.
Bryce Harper was the star that stirred the drink. Period. Come on.
And Castellanos last year.
Castellanos against the Braves both years. And then just disappears like Casper the Friendly Ghost.
And a lot of people disappeared like Casper. The whole freaking team disappeared like Casper the Friendly Ghost, except for Brandon Marsh and Kyle Schwarber.
I'm telling you.
And that's when Schwarber actually got a pitch to see.
We love who we love. We don't who we don't.
Who am I ripping? I'm not ripping anybody. I'm not ripping Bryce Harper. I call him a winner.
No, you're
and
putting
so
him
is Embiid. You're the one that won't go there with us.
I will not go there with you.
And I think it's ridiculous.
I'm not going there with you.
All right, more texts, more of your calls coming up next. It's Kincade and Salciunas. Adam Schefter will be joining us at 8 o'clock right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Summer in Philadelphia.
Salciunas, 97.5,
fast
The Fanatic.
today, isn't it?
It is. No, but I meant thank God that it wasn't 7:47 because then I'd have to hear the bad joke of the plane.
It's not big, but you just made it. That was you. You stepped into that.
Adam Schefter will be joining us coming up at 8 o'clock as he does every single Wednesday. All right, so let's get to some more texts and we'll get to some more calls. You can text and call in 610-632-0975. Our two topics today. What do you consider a winner? And do we have winners in the city? Who are they? The other question is whether or not Jalen Hurts had a good season last year. And if you believe that he did, explain yourself. And if you believe that he didn't, explain yourself. And is it excuses or is it just, hey, Jalen Hurts needs to work on some things, which I believe it's a little bit of both. I do believe the offensive coordinator and Nick Sirianni did not help Jalen Hurts out at all. I also think Jalen Hurts himself struggled, that I can't necessarily blame everybody else for. So let's check out the text line. Then we'll get to more of the calls, 610-632-0975. What do we got, Connor?
Chris from Morrisville checks in and says, I think a winner isn't an exact equation, but more a combination of certain things. Mm-hmm. Talent and rising to the occasion are big parts. But important to me is being able to raise the ability of the team around you, having the ability to get lesser players to rise to the occasion with them. Since, like Harper said, it's the team, not just one guy.
Right, absolutely. And I thought that clip was great. Do me a favor, let's play that one. Here was Bryce Harper yesterday. You know, he was doing the media tour. As you said, somebody from Atlanta texted you that he was owning.
He said, your boy Harper owns this event.
And he absolutely did. It was great to see him actually
outfit.
play.
He was talking about the whole outfit.
Right. And then he goes out there and hits a double. Right. He was great. Here's Bryce Harper talking about how it's not just Bryce Harper, but the whole team.
It's not just me on that team. It's not just Bryce Harper. It's everybody. And we are such a good team with hanging out, going to dinner. You guys know how that is. When the camaraderie is good, when the culture is good in the clubhouse, there's nothing better. And Dave Dombrowski brings in the right guys no matter what. I got chills because I know exactly what Dave wants to do. He wants to win. And it's not just this year. Somebody brought it up today. Is it World Series or bust? No, it's World Series every year, right? Like that's what the mindset is.
And I love that. I mean, it's not just him. It's the whole team. It's Dave Dombrowski from top to bottom. And that's why I said earlier, I feel like Phillies have pretty close to a perfect organization from top to bottom.
It's as if everything changed in this organization like 3 years ago.
Yeah.
It really did.
My God, yeah.
It's like there is such a different vibe, different energy. And honestly, I do not mean it to just like take somebody and rip them because I'm not trying to. But Joe Girardi leaving that building has had a glaring impact.
Dude, I mean,
the minute he walked out of the building, they went on a
10-game winning streak.
10-game winning streak. There's something about energy, leadership, positivity that he just didn't exude.
And Rob Thompson clearly has it.
No question.
You can debate bullpen decisions in playoffs, but
right.
Rob Thompson has an ability to maintain a positive locker room over 162 games, which is no easy feat to do. I mean, it's not easy. That's a long season. You know, legendary baseball managers, there are a million managers that only last a couple of seasons, and you don't think about, the rest of their lives, pretty much. But there are, like, the legends. And has Rob Thompson reached legendary status? No, of course not. He's been doing it for too little of a time. But that guy clearly has an understanding of what he's doing. All right, let's go to Edith in Chester. What's up, Edith? Good morning.
Good morning, guys. How's everybody doing?
Hi, Edith.
Great. How are you?
John, I love you, but you are so wrong.
Okay, tell me what.
Tell him, Edith. Tell him.
First of all, Embiid is a winner. And I feel like when you put your best effort on that floor, almost, and even with the injuries, and I'm going to tell you, being in healthcare, I know about knees and eyes and stuff like that. It's not easy. And he's hurt a lot of times that we probably don't even know that he's hurt, but he still goes out there and he still tries to do his best. I don't see him soaking. I mean, he might soak, but that's what they do. People who want to win do that.
I'm going to tell you, Edith, if you're telling me that you've seen him at his best, you've seen him at I've not seen, and I've seen a ton of sulking. In his career, in big moments, I've seen a ton of sulking.
Well, guess what? Maybe he's upset with himself because he feels though the people around him ain't doing their part. Because
that's interesting.
Sport.
That is interesting.
It's a team sport, and I'm like this. When I worked on my job, I wanted everybody to do the best. I made sure I was the best at what I did. It was no point blank period. Nobody could tell me I wasn't the best on that floor. I took care of them doctors. I took care of everybody.
Damn right you did.
I made sure my patients and their families and everybody was top notch, taken care of, and I did not play with none of them. Maybe that's his attitude. Maybe that's his attitude. He wants them guys to rise to the
Did you
occasion.
lead by example, Edith?
Yes, I did. Yes,
I don't.
did.
Do you believe that Joel Embiid has led by example?
Well, I mean, he's still young, too.
He's 30 years old. He's not young, Edith.
Well,
Come on now.
I mean, 30 years old. Well, I'm almost 70, John, so guess what?
You don't sound it, lady.
Well, I am.
You
And
sound
I mean,
full.
but the thing
You sound
about it-
feisty. I like it.
Yeah. Let me tell you, I am.
Edith, you're the best. Thanks for the
Thank you,
call,
Edith.
Edith. See, you
I
gotta
love
listen.
it.
You gotta listen to wisdom.
No, I do listen
gotta
to
listen
wisdom.
to wisdom there,
and
John.
I did. I think I used some of her own words on it, though. I don't believe that. I just don't believe what you look. We don't share that common thought, but it's very interesting conversation.
Let me ask you this,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Anti-Joel Embiid. You think he's the worst? You think he's the worst player in NBA history?
Now you're putting.
Do you give him any credit? Because this is a playoff series that nobody talks about for very good reason. Very good reason.
Okay.
Multiple reasons. Ben Simmons was hurt, and it was the bubble.
Well, the bubble, I don't even give a damn.
Okay. Well, it was a playoff series, and Joel Embiid played the Boston Celtics in 4 games, and he averaged 30 points, 12.5 rebounds, a block, a steal, and at the time only 1 assist because he was not as much of a facilitator as he is now.
I don't consider anything about the 2020 season to even be
Nothing.
worth my time. Nope, I don't. And I count that for everybody.
Okay.
And I know that's not fair because you know I am a LeBron fan.
Yes.
I don't consider that a.
Oh, wow.
Like,
You're going
I
asterisks?
don't- yeah, that absolutely is.
Do
I mean,
you give Joel Embiid credit, Connor, for that series? I know it's a series we don't talk about, and I don't blame anybody.
Yeah, because I barely even remember it. That series was dead before it started. I mean, I guess.
Yeah, because Simmons was the second that Simmons didn't come back, you knew they had no shot of winning.
Yeah.
But Embiid, basically the only talented player on that team, goes out there and balled out, and it wasn't like he scored 30 points per game on 25% shooting. He averaged 46% from the field as the only guy on the court. Because I don't consider Tobias Harris a real player.
I don't know that I've ever seen Joel Embiid have a bad postseason series.
He's had bad games. That's true.
Right.
But a series, like, you can't say that he is the reason why the team lost the series.
Exactly.
I'm going to tell you, Game 6 and Game 7 versus like the end of the series
Same
versus
with Harden.
the Hawks.
Same
was,
with
against the Hawks.
against the Hawks. Again, Ben Simmons passing
his turnovers
up
were horrendous.
Yeah.
Guess what? I don't want to. You know what you don't have to do with Hurts and them? You don't have to point to other people.
Well,
If we can just keep the conversation to Embiid
we've talked about
and what he's
we've
done.
talked about Jalen Hurts. Not that I rip him for it, but we've talked about Jalen Hurts and the fumble in the Super Bowl. Like that was on him. That was on nobody else.
Absolutely, but nobody's saying that is an unforced error. That was it bounced off his knee. His knee hit it. It was a freak thing. I don't consider that a bad play on his part. I don't consider that a stupid decision on his part. It was just a freak thing that the ball hit his knee as he was pulling it back. That's it.
so we're going to give him the benefit of the doubt for freak things, but Joel Embiid doesn't get the benefit
No,
of the
it's
doubt
not
for
freak
freak
things.
things.
It was a freak moment.
Dude,
that was a
Joel
that
Embiid
was
has like a freak
random-
moment every year.
Yeah,
That was a
does.
random. That was a random moment.
And
in
by
a
the way,
game.
Game 7 against the Hawks, 8 turnovers, abysmal. Can't happen.
Terrible.
Tobias Harris, 8 of 24
I know,
from the
I
field.
get-
Ben Simmons, 2 of 4. He attempted 4 field goal attempts in a Game 7, including a passed-up dunk. And by the way, Furkan Korkmaz was a starter in that series.
Oh, jeez.
So is that Embiid's fault?
No, that's Connor's fault.
What? Wow, I don't know why you called strays.
Yeah, that's not a Korkmaz guy.
Thibault was 3 of 5 from the field in that game, man. He was a -10.
That's my
but whatever.
guy.
All
Ben
right,
Simmons wanted him to have the ball in the
Coming
clutch.
up next, we have Adam Schefter. We have today's headlines with Connor Thomas, and we have more of your reaction on the text line, the phone line, 610-632-0975. A Shefty Wednesday coming your way next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic. on this Wednesday morning. I hope you have a safe trip into work today on this beautiful Wednesday morning. Those storms were wild last night, but finally brought down the temperature a little bit. I mean, yesterday was ridiculous.
Oh, my gosh. Yesterday morning was so weird. Getting out of the car.
It's 88 degrees.
It felt like it was the middle of the afternoon.
It wasn't even 5 a.m. It was 88 degrees.
And there was not it was just pitch darkness, and it was hot as hell.
It was ridiculously hot yesterday, but the storms cooled it down a little bit. We'll get more storms today, and then all of a sudden we'll have a nice stretch of pretty decent days, which I appreciate. We'll be joined by Adam Schefter momentarily, as we are every single Wednesday. We can't wait to ask him his opinion on what he considers a winner. Look, he's been covering the NFL for a long time, and there have been guys that have never won a championship, but there are certain things that go into being categorized as a winner. And I wonder if he gives Jalen Hurts that tag. Because remember, Shefty's been pretty honest with why Jalen Hurts needs to play well this year. He's brought it up unannounced a couple of times that Hurts needs to play well this year. So I'm curious to see if he believes that Jalen Hurts is a winner. So we'll go to him right now on the Comcast Business Hotline. Every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next. And he's brought to us by Landis Block. Create your very own jaw-dropping backyard paradise online at landisbc.com. We are less than a week away from the start of training camp for the Birds. So let's talk to Adam Schefter. Shefty, good morning. How you doing today?
Andrew, John, what is going on this morning?
We are getting closer.
We're having fun this morning.
Yes, we're getting closer to football season, which means we are at the time where we're, thinking up topics that aren't necessarily reacting to certain things. So let's ask you one of our main topics today, Shefty. We're getting into what we believe should be considered a winner, and it doesn't necessarily mean winning a championship. Like Bryce Harper has never won a World Series. We believe that Bryce Harper is a winner. We're debating about whether or not Joel Embiid is a winner. I'll ask you, Shefty, what do you believe is considered a winner in the NFL, and who are some players that might fit that mold, and does Jalen Hurts fit that mold?
Yeah, again, I know you just defined winner to me, but I think I need more of a stricter, tighter definition of it, right?
What would be yours?
I'm trying. A winner to me is a guy that usually produces when it matters most. It doesn't mean that he has to win a championship. Like Charles Barkley to me was a winner. Dan Marino was a winner, despite the fact that they never won a championship. But guys that basically when the chips are down, they're going to come through more often than not. They're somebody you could bank on. They're somebody you could count on. They're somebody that gets it done. And I think Jalen Hurts was tracking to be a winner, and it looks like he still can be a winner, but he still has to prove that. We don't know that he is yet. The signs were very encouraging early on, and now after last year, you look at it and you go, well, what's that? So he's got to respond to that and answer that, right?
Do you think guys enter the NFL with the DNA of a winner? Or do you think that the winner DNA or the winner tag is something that is developed as they go on in their careers?
I think some have that winner tag, some do. But more often than not, it's just an evolution of the player and person and the maturity involved as somebody continues to grow their career. Look, just like there are prodigies early on that you can look at, like, man, look at this guy early on, talent, ability, everything, champion. You just see it right away. But that's not obvious for everybody. Some people come into that. Did Jason Kelsey come into Philadelphia as a winner initially?
No, Brandon Graham didn't either.
Right.
It took time.
But they grew. But exactly, you grow into that. There's a certain physical, mental, spiritual growth that comes along with it that you grow into. Just like, you grow into the role of a husband, you grow into the role of a father, you grow into the role of a leader and a winner. I know that they're different kind of things, but it's just like the pattern of life, so to speak.
That's deep, but I like it.
By the way,
That's deep, but I like it.
Yeah, but by the way, not everybody makes the jump. not everybody makes the jump.
Right.
Right.
You know,
Absolutely.
Some do. Some develop it over time. And some do come in as winners and just keep it up. Like, Tim Tebow was a winner in college.
Right.
A winner. And he's still a winner in life. He didn't succeed as an NFL quarterback the way that some people would say makes him a winner, but that guy's a winner. If you're around him, he's just a winner as a person. So, again, there are all different definitions to it, and you can make it work for anything. But it does, in each individual case, become rather self-explanatory. Boy, I didn't realize we were going to go into such a philosophical.
That's interesting, yes.
Like I said, man, it's July. It's July 17th, so we got to have some deep conversations, Shefty.
Well, I'll say this: it's a better topic than figuring out what went wrong with the Eagles last year, Andrew.
All right, well, we're doing don't forget, we're doing W's and L's before the season starts with you, Shefty.
Okay.
All right, so speaking of the season, we're less than a week away from the start of Eagles training camps all across the NFL. I know this is another kind of open-ended conversation, but I want to find out from Adam Schefter, who covers every single team in the NFL, is there more of a right or wrong way to handle training camp? By all reports, and I read a story from Tim McManus of ESPN, it looks like the Eagles are going to go with a more old-school approach of training camp. We know that Andy Reid still takes the team away from the comfortable confines of Arrowhead and their training facilities, and they go to D3 college programs, and they live in the cinder block dorms. Is there a right or wrong way to handle training camp in terms of how physical you should make it? Because I know everybody wants one thing, and that's to be healthy.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. I think that also has evolved over time. Like, when I covered the Denver Broncos back in the day, I had the same dorm room in Greeley, Colorado, on the University of Northern Colorado campus. I know my number still to this day on my landline by heart.
That's awesome.
And on most days, there were 2 practices. One of the 2 practices was extremely physical, where guys were clobbering each other for 2 hours. The other one was more of a mental drill. You're up there for 3 weeks, and that's just not the way that camp and the league is run these days. And so everybody views it differently. So what I found going around is it used to be, back in that day, when I covered Denver up close and personal, it was much more personal. Like, I'm eating 3 meals a day with the players, staying in the dorms. You're like away with them for the summer. And the media today is not given that access. It's just not. It's just a totally different, more impersonal, more business-like, more corporate machine that runs training camp. So there's that element. Then there's the element of just getting ready. And it seems like today there's more of an emphasis on the mental side of things. Now, I remember coming to the Eagles training camp in Lehigh when Andy was the coach there, and that was a summer that Mort and I were going around on our travel tour buses in separate ways before we met up. And he went to about 15 camps, and I went to about 15 camps. And I remember of all the camps that I visited that summer, and that would have been 14 summers ago, maybe 15 summers ago, of all the camps I visited, and it wasn't close, the Eagles had the most physical practice by far. Now, I don't think that teams are doing as much of that, but I'm not bouncing around from camp to camp watching it up close. That's just my perception of things. That seems to be the I think there's more of a emphasis on the mental side of things, the learning side of things, the conditioning side of things, and they do get some physical work in. But it's not what it was back in the day for a variety of reasons.
Has that been dictated because teams and coaches want it that way, or the CBA, where the last 2 times the CBA has been negotiated,
right,
one of the major things the players fought for, less practice, less work, more vacation time?
Well, I think that's the impetus of it, John. I think it starts there, but it also goes back to the fact that probably 10, 12 years ago, there was the whole big concussion issue, and I think everybody became more educated about it. Again, I refer to this just because, look, I've been doing it now for 35 years, but
sure,
when I'm covering the Denver Broncos back in the 90s, and a guy gets concussion, they'd laugh or they go, just got dinged, I'm going back in the game.
Right.
Right, and they go right back into practice. They go right back into the game. Whatever it was, they didn't think twice. Now there's a whole separate attitude, understanding, knowledge of head injuries, which are serious. So that has taken over, in addition with the revised rules of the CBA, which restrict the amount of actual practice time and physical practice. And I think that people have seen, okay, you know what? Well, in some cases, in many cases, this helps, and this is beneficial, and this is a good thing. And so you grow and evolve from there. So it's a good thing, and I think that's done over time.
Yeah, it's definitely. I mean, in terms of health, it's absolutely a great thing. But
I think more players are injured today.
Well, I think we're talking more so the concussion.
No, I get
portion of it,
that.
but I get what you're saying.
I think players are we see the numbers.
Soft
it seems
tissue
like players
injuries.
are more injured today because they're working less at their craft to get ready for the season.
Well, you know what's interesting is that it does feel like in certain ways, it doesn't feel like the change of practice stuff has changed, has altered the number of injuries, and if anything, maybe it's even more, right?
Right.
So
I don't think it's like there's no science to saying practice less, you're going to be healthier.
Right. No. In fact,
it might be the opposite.
Every year we're asking, are there more injuries this year than ever? Like, this seems like there are more injuries, right? Like,
right?
It doesn't seem like injuries have gone away.
No.
So that's a part of it too. Yeah.
Speaking of Adam Schefter on the Comcast Business Hotline, Shefty, this is something that we've talked about a lot in the past, but I would like to get your opinion on this. And it's something that just hit me as we were having this conversation. Jason Kelce, we talked about a lot how every single year it seemed like it could have been the final year. Are we reaching that point soon? Or have we reached that point with a guy like Lane Johnson? And could one more great season be the end of Lane Johnson?
I've never asked him about it, so we're just guessing. How old is Lane Johnson right now? 35 years old?
That sounds about right.
I'm going to guess 36.
He's 34, turned 34 in May, so a young 34.
He turned 34 in May?
Yes.
Well, look, I don't know whether this is the last year or next year is the last year. But look, he doesn't have a lot of time left. I think that's obvious. You're not playing offensive line into most people are not playing offensive line into their late 30s. So I'm sure my guess would be that he's probably attacking it, on a year-to-year basis, and you see how you're feeling and doing and go from there. But, look, the guy's had a Hall of Fame career. He's been incredible.
Oh, yeah.
And, it won't go on forever. And, maybe it is the last year. I don't know. But that was surprising. How many 33 into 12, 13 years?
He's played 10 years in the NFL so far.
10? Wow.
Sorry, 11. This will be his 12th season. This will be his 12th.
Okay, there you go.
By the way, I do not want to see Brandon Aiyuk end up with the Washington Commanders. Do you believe he plays it out with San Francisco? And if he does, if they just say to him, hey, look, you're under contract, you're playing, is that a strategy the Eagles should have used with a certain pass rusher in Hassan Reddick?
I'd have to really sit down to dig into more differences between the two, but Brandon Aiyuk, see, Hassan Reddick has been paid before.
Yes.
And Brandon Aiyuk really hasn't. He's a first-round, he's on his rookie contract still, which, he's paid, but Hassan Reddick had a chance to go to free agency, right, and went to initially he was drafted in Arizona.
Drafted in Arizona, went to Carolina, came to the Eagles.
Right. Did he get paid in Carolina?
Yes. He got paid by the Eagles a 3-year contract.
And he got paid in Carolina.
Yes, he did.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah. Right. So, see, he had been to free agency. Brandon Aiyuk has not been to free agency. So Hassan Reddick, I think, has a little bit more leverage to be able to do what he wants than Brandon Aiyuk. Like Brandon Aiyuk, and I think this is why you come out and say a week before camp, I'm requesting a trade because, by the way, he's got 1 year left in his contract right now.
Yep.
And so he's due to make, I think, $14 million this year. If the Niners want to keep him after this year, they can tag him. If they want to keep him after, they can tag him again. So they have his rights if they want for the next 3 years.
Right.
So, Hassan Reddick's not really in that position.
Well, they
Right.
could. The Eagles could have kept Hassan Reddick and said, "You're playing for the $15 million, or go or sit at home."
Yeah, but they knew
He'd be a
how
problem.
he felt. They knew how he felt, and they knew that what is now happening in New York could wind up happening there.
Yeah.
And they also knew that basically they had discussions and had taken it as far as and they knew that they were not going to be able to afford to re-sign him. So there wasn't any hope of them doing a long-term deal together. In the case of the Niners still want to keep Brandon Aiyuk. Now, today, Brandon Aiyuk doesn't want to be there, and it feels like the two sides can't get it done. But you know what? Debo Samuel said, "I'm not playing here. I want to be traded," and they got a deal worked out. Robbie Gould said the same thing as a kicker.
Right.
Same thing happened. And so they're still hoping that it
Sure.
gets worked out. And by the way, like a Super Bowl, why are they going to go trade one of their top weapons when they're trying to compete for the Super Bowl for draft picks? You do that after the year. We'll ride it out.
That's the exact point I'm making about Reddick. You're a Super Bowl contender. Why are you letting him? Why did you let him dictate his way out of town? He must have been a problem. They must have known he was going to be a problem.
I think. Well, that's number one, and number two, they also knew that they had no hopes of re-signing him. The Niners still would like to re-sign him.
Right.
Like they're still trying to do that. They've tried to do that, and I don't know where the numbers came in, but I heard somebody talking yesterday. Well, he wants to be paid like Jalen Waddle and Devon Smith. Where those numbers come in? 28, 29, something like that, right? And I think the 49ers are just below that somewhere. So, they're apart, but it's not a gargantuan gap. And I don't know, can they bridge it? We'll see. That's up to them. But they want to keep him, and they'd like to keep him. And so, knew that we got a veteran. They're not going to resign him. He knows they're not resigning him. They know what it could lead to. The Niners are willing to roll the dice based on their history, based on the situation, based on the fact they tried to re-sign him, that they're not ready to move on from him just yet.
Shefty, you're the man.
Thanks, Adam.
We're glad that you enjoyed our deeper conversation today. And you know what, Shefty? You're a winner in our books.
Oh, he's a winner.
Oh, you guys are
especially twice a month.
Damn right he
on
is.
payday.
Shefty, we appreciate it, man. We'll talk to you again next week.
See you guys.
Thank you,
There he
buddy.
is, Adam Schefter from ESPN on the Comcast Business Hotline, brought to us by Landis Block. Create your very own jaw-dropping backyard paradise online at landisbc.com.
You can't count those zeros.
No, I
payday.
can't. He's a winner. All right, it's time now for today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Hi, Connor.
Hello,
Hi,
boys.
Connor.
So we're going to start with something that came from the NFL's offseason hard knocks with the Giants. We've seen some teases about things like this, but yesterday we saw something go pretty viral on social media that has to deal with the Eagles. So Giants owner John Mara was talking about Saquon Barkley and discussing how likely it is that he goes to either the Chicago Bears or the Philadelphia Eagles. Why don't you take a listen to how nervous he was about a certain situation happening?
Just got a text that Chicago's driving the price up and Philly's out. I don't know if that's true or not. Which I don't know. I'll make a couple of calls. I don't even know if that's gonna happen. But
I'm gonna have a tough time sleeping if Saquon goes to Philadelphia. I'll tell you that. As I've told you, just being out. I had been around enough players, but he's the most popular player we have by far.
I love that.
I love hearing that.
Honestly,
nights.
I'm going to lose sleep if he goes to Philadelphia.
I love hearing that.
And he's here, man.
I love it.
And it's beautiful. We haven't even watched a game of him yet in the Eagles green. It's beautiful anyway.
And you hear Giants people being like, no big deal that Saquon's gone.
Yeah, we didn't want him anyway.
Yeah, they knew. Yeah, guess what?
Exactly. Yeah, it's
your owner
unbelievable.
cares.
Yeah, your
I love
owner
it.
definitely cares.
I love it.
Someone else who cares is Colin Montgomery about Tiger Woods' ability to play in the U.S. Open. I'm not sure if you guys saw this yet, but
In the British Open.
British Open. Sorry, not the U.S. Open. We've got golf beef now, folks, and Tiger Woods handled this the way you'd expect one of the greatest golfers in history to handle it.
You know, there was comments, last week from Colin Montgomery who said, why is he here? He should retire. There's no point to this. Do you feel that's a bit hurtful and you've earned the right to make the decision when you decide?
Well, as a past champion, I'm exempt till I'm 60. Colin's not. He's not a past champion, so he's not exempt. So he doesn't get the opportunity to make that decision. I do.
So if you didn't hear, Colin Montgomery,
Yes.
basically said that Tiger Woods should hang him up.
Yes.
He went a little harsher and may not have been wrong in what he said, but didn't need to say it.
I think he's wrong in what he said. People.
Yeah, bro.
People. He's earned every right to, and there have been.
Oh yeah, he's earned every right to keep on
He
playing.
keep on playing. So,
But he's saying stuff like he doesn't have it anymore,
Colin
which
Montgomery,
he doesn't.
keep his name out of your mouth. And more important, if Colin Montgomery and Tiger Woods have beef, Tiger better eat fast because Colin Montgomery's going to chug it up. He looks like fat bastard from.
Why? We gotta
he
bring
looks
the man's
like-
weight
No,
into
he
it
looks like
now.
He looks like fat bastard.
As a former fat kid, I take offense to that,
he
Johnny.
looks like fat. Get in my belly.
All right, coming
Tiger.
up next, you pitched a question that I love. The player or athlete, because Tiger Woods, the golfer, that probably should have hung him up a little bit sooner than they did. Or period, because he still has not. We'll get into that coming up a little bit more. We'll also reset the show, react to what Schefter had to say. There's a lot going on today on Kincade Salciunas right here at 97.5 The Fanatic.
veloair.com.
It is 8:30 on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Thanks, Adam Schefter, who joined us last segment. Coming up around 9:10, you'll hear the 5 best minutes of Schefty. Also, coming up at 9 o'clock. I'm very excited for this because it will lead to plenty more discussion. We had a caller earlier today, Derek, that said we have so many good topics today. Well, there will be more.
Yes, they will.
At 9 o'clock, we did this before the show. Usually I like to do this stuff on the fly, but we actually did an orchestrated effort, the three of us, to come up with a list. Yesterday, if you were listening to the show, we ran through, not in its entirety because we didn't have time to run through 50 names, but ESPN is putting out the quarter poll of the 21st century, the top 100 athletes.
A year early, but they're math challenged.
So they're doing the quarter poll of the top 100 athletes that have, out of any sport, baseball, basketball, football, soccer, hockey, Olympics, swimming, track, tennis, golf, you name it. So it's a pretty tough list to come up with. We're keeping it a little bit more simpler today. We're not doing 100. We're doing 10. And for myself, 2 honorable mentions.
Yeah, you're doing 12.
Of the 4 major sports. Since 2000, the top 10 athletes that have played in Philadelphia.
And no one's going to in any way complain about any of our choices.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So we each wrote these down before the show started, and none of us know who we wrote down.
Correct.
I have my 10 and 2 honorable mentions.
You have 12.
John has his 10, and Connor has his 10. So at 9 o'clock, we will unveil. Unveil? Jesus, sorry.
What was that?
Turning a baby cow back alive.
Unveil.
Listen, man. Live radio.
That was terrible.
Live radio, 20 hours a week. Sometimes it happens.
Unveil.
We will be giving.
Put that on Bob's segment at 1:30 on Friday. Right,
Which
Don,
one's
if you're
that?
listening. When they, you don't.
Oh, the mess ups?
When
Yeah.
they're picking on Bob.
Anyways, we will be giving out our top 10 coming up at 9 o'clock.
Yes.
Unveil. I want some veal. I would eat some veal tonight. This is a good veal night.
Oh, man.
Big veal fan.
Oh,
So that
love
comes
it.
your way at 9 o'clock. But something we want to get to first, and we'll reset the entire show. But during today's headlines with Connor Thomas, he told the story of Colin Montgomery, who basically said Tiger Woods should hang him up.
Get in my belly.
And I thought Tiger had a great response, right? You know, he basically said, how many championships have you won? And he has.
Scoreboard.
Yeah, he basically did the scoreboard thing, which
Colin
is great.
is so far off of relevancy in any conversation with Tiger Woods.
Maybe that's why he said it.
I think it is. It's jealousy.
So it leads us to this conversation because you texted it, and I thought it was a great one. It's something that you can always have this discussion. Somebody who didn't hang him up fast enough. And look, you could make the case that Tiger at some point should. Now, he can play until he's 60, like he said. He could play on the Masters at Augusta for what, the rest of his life if he wants to?
He can as the rest of his life.
Right, because he's a Masters champion.
And he can play the first 2 rounds. And I can tell you, watching those veteran guys, the first 2 days of the Masters and getting to walk around that course and getting to cover a lot of them, they had some of the biggest galleries.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And they were at this point in their lives, like, shooting 78, 80.
Because they're legends of the game, man. They're legends of the game.
And it's awesome. So Colin Montgomery needs to zip it.
Yeah, but at some point, there's you're watching the guy and you're sad watching the guy. And I will give you a prime answer. So last year, I bought tickets to Phillies Tigers. The Tigers sucked like they do this year. They sucked last year.
Sure.
I went to see Miguel Cabrera. It was his final season.
Oh, man.
Miguel Cabrera is
awesome.
one of the best baseball players in the history of the game.
Period.
Not talked about enough.
Full stop.
In those conversations.
That is correct.
Of best baseball players ever. I wanted to go see him one more time because it was his retirement season. Mickey probably should have retired 3 years earlier. And that was one of those guys. I watched him hit a ground ball up the middle. Not a screaming grounder. So a grounder where you should probably try to bust it out of the box. He literally couldn't anymore. And it was kind of sad. So Miguel Cabrera is one of those answers for me. A guy that probably should have hung it up a little bit sooner than he did. There are guys still playing that should hang him up.
Yes, there are. There are. There's one you're not going to want to hear,
Okay.
but I think you know it. Allen Iverson.
Yeah.
Allen Iverson, it was a money thing.
And that's the sad
It was a
part of it.
money thing that he's. But I would tell you, Allen Iverson, last 3 years he played.
Yeah, when he came back
He
here, it
shouldn't
was
have- he
sad. When
shouldn't
he
have
was
played.
with the Grizzlies, it was sad. When he was with the Pistons,
God,
it was
I forgot
sad.
the Grizzlies.
Yeah, dude. He bounced around.
Detroit, Denver,
Philadelphia, obviously.
right?
Memphis.
Memphis,
I think that's it, right?
and then the.
Hold on.
No, I think you're right. I think it's right. Denver, Detroit.
Yes,
Memphis.
and Memphis.
And-
Memphis
and
was
then
only
I-
3 games.
Okay.
There was only 3 games with the Grizzlies.
They were a hell of a 3 games.
That's why. But that's why I forgot about it. I didn't even think about that.
Connor, you said there is somebody. I want to know if it's the player I'm thinking of.
Oh, yeah. Played in this city for a long time.
Yep.
And then left, and then came back, then extorted you, then left, and now is playing in the NFL at 42 years of age, or at least planning to.
Jason
Jason Peters needed to hang it up a decade ago.
Wow,
not
you're
a
out of your
decade
mind.
ago.
Not a true decade, but it feels like it, doesn't it?
Yeah, dude.
Like-
Jason Peters. It got sad, especially when he would walk off the field injured in the first quarter,
Right.
every single week.
Yeah, but he'd come back. He didn't leave the game.
Yeah.
He'd come back in.
Sometimes he left the game, and
Still,
then sometimes he
occasionally.
would come back.
I love the guy, but the Chicago version of Jason Peters, the Dallas version of Jason
And now
Peters,
Seattle.
Like, dude, hang him up. You're a Hall
Yeah,
of Famer.
and remember at one point you were hoping he would play guard for the Eagles, and he basically
held
said,
them up.
"I don't play guard," and then
No, rework my contract,
yeah.
or I'm not playing.
Yeah, it was, and that got sad.
Yes.
It got to a point. It's still sad because
think
he's
that's
still,
fair, yeah.
he's still trying to play. But if you guys have any answers, feel free to text them in. Call them in 610-632-0975. Go ahead.
I do have an apology I want to make
What's that?
because I should apologize when I get something wrong. I should apologize,
Okay.
so I will. Mocking Bronny James for his 2 points and his 4 points and his
Oh, no.
I gotta say, I said he didn't belong in the NBA, and it appears I was wrong. He won the Call of Duty
He won
championship.
the Call of Duty championship.
So
Yeah,
very
I saw
good.
it. I saw it.
Bronny won 10 grand.
You're exactly where
That
was
is in
going.
addition to the $8 million that his dad's jobs program got him with the Lakers, where he doesn't belong as an NBA player, and he got $8 million freaking dollars. But he won 10 grand playing Call of Duty. He belongs in the NBA if they're playing video games.
You know,
He belongs. He is obviously really, really good
We
amongst
had a
the
guy
rookies.
in this city that loved to play video games.
Simo
more
the
than he loved
Savage, bro.
basketball.
Simo
so.
the
And guess
Savage.
what? He
Maybe
did a
on
hell.
par.
And guess what? You know what? He belonged in the NBA.
He did.
Not Bronny.
I saw
I apologize.
I saw a clip pop up on my timeline yesterday. JJ Redick being asked about Bronny and like, how are you trying to coach him up? And like, that's got to be such a tough spot to be in because let's face it, we all agree that Bronny should not be in the
Did you
NBA.
hear the players at Summer League getting caught on
Jalen Brown?
caught on
Jalen
camera?
Brown.
You can read. Go.
He's not an NBA
He's not
player.
an NBA
Yeah.
player. He does like they're saying it
Right. And so
again,
JJ Redick needs to be asked, like, so how you coach him? And he's like, I really want him to focus on his defense. I want him to focus on, like,
I love Kendrick Perkins because I think he's very candid and good what he does. Kendrick Perkins is the only one who doesn't give a flip.
yeah, he's honest.
Of
Yeah.
just bowing at the altar of LeBron and don't say anything and flat out saying this was a disgrace.
Well, LeBron
He's used the word.
unfollowed him
This
on
was a-
Twitter.
I
That
was
was
just gonna say,
that was a big
That is a
reason.
disgrace that an organization got held up like that.
All right, what do we have on the text line today, Connor, about all of our topics today? You can text and call in 610-632-0975.
We've got no short of 1 billion texts today on all
Okay,
of this
Good,
stuff.
we
that's
like
a good
that.
day.
Let's go with this one first. Derek from North Philly checks in on the topic of being a winner. He says, if you don't go hard 100% every time you compete, don't play anything. I tell my grandsons, even if you lose by 1,000, did you give 100% to try and win, then you're a winner. If you quit at any time on a coach or your team, don't play. So effort
It
seems
can't
to be the
just
big thing.
be effort.
Now, yes.
Effort's a big part of it. I have seen guys, it seemed like, go through the motions and play better than the guy that's trying his hardest.
Well, I mean, like, he was a hell of a player here in his own right. But John Kruk was a guy who looked like he always, like, you know, was, like, doing it, overachieving.
Okay.
He looked like an overachiever. And to me, I always think this city is very attracted to the overachiever.
Oh, yeah.
Far more than the talented guy.
Here's what I'll say, and Derek, his point there, and talking to his grandsons about it, it's a great way to be a father or a grandfather.
Absolutely.
It's a great way to teach kids. But if you believe that with professional athletes, you've seen Invincible one too many times.
Right.
Like, nobody goes 100% every single time. Not the greatest, not Michael Jordan, not LeBron. Everybody takes a play off. So it goes kind of back to that Bryce Harper conversation from before. Now, that was...
Well, taking a playoff is not taking a game off.
Right.
I mean, there's some guys who take games off.
Yeah, and I'm not saying it's okay to just dog it, but I'm saying to believe that the great ones go 100% of the time, you're living in a Disney movie. That's not how it works.
Right. And, like, I don't consider Brandon Nimmo a winner.
But he busts through.
I consider him the opposite.
He sprints down the first baseline and it plays baseball the right way.
He tries hard.
I don't call that guy a winner.
What do you call that guy?
I call him an ass.
You don't like him at all.
I call him a Met.
I don't blame
He's got
you.
Met stank all over him. Yeah, absolutely. They play worse than ass sometimes. All right, we continue the conversation coming up next. You can text and call in. Also, at 9 o'clock,
I can't wait for this.
Give out. We will unveil. We will unveil, guys.
Unveil.
We're going to give out our top 10 Philadelphia athletes since 2000.
Yes,
since
you can
the
only
century began.
Well, the year before it began, but that's okay.
And what we will do coming up next is kind of explain it, because I don't want to take up too much time at 9 o'clock explaining it. So at 9 o'clock, we will go through it. But coming up next, we'll explain exactly what's going on, just so people know what we're going at coming up at 9 o'clock. So we do that next. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
The Birds Insider Report, Philadelphia's daily update on all things.
Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Going to get back to your texts and calls in a moment, but I just want to explain what we're doing coming up at 9 o'clock. So coming up at 9, and I want to explain this now because I know Connor's worried that we're not going to be able to finish this. He thinks that it's going to lead to such debate, which it will.
I think it will.
It will. But we're going to give out our list. We'll do what we did earlier. We'll shut off the mics except for the person talking. We'll have the talking stick, right? Whoever has the talking stick is allowed to talk. That fair?
I've never seen that. Is that like a school thing?
You've never heard that?
No.
Nah.
What?
No.
The talking stick, the talking whatever?
I think you're making this up.
No. I've never heard of
Are
this.
you guys joking?
No, I'm serious.
It's the clothing thing all over again. The washing clothes before you wear them.
Yeah, which you lost that one, so go on.
What?
So go on. You lost that one badly.
Talking stick?
Yeah, like whoever holds the talking stick is the one that's allowed to talk. You guys never did this in elementary school?
No, bro.
I was taught by nuns, and so
Maybe it's
really
a public school thing because
because when you're taught by nuns, there really wasn't a
the talking stick is the ruler they hit you with if you talk when you're not supposed to.
If you talk when you're not supposed to, it's none of this new age. Here you hold the stick and you talk now, and then you pass the stick to somebody.
Also not necessarily a new age thing.
I had like 6 kids in my grade from first grade to 8th grade. So
okay,
how many?
I'm pretty
6.
sure it's also.
Wait. How come I never heard that?
I don't know. Never talked about it. Never came up.
6 kids in
We
your
normally
grade
keep
school?
it to sports stuff. Yeah, we had a small class size. There were like 100 kindergarten to 12th grade in this school that I went to.
That's incredible. That's probably why you ended up, going foreign country to study, and ended up as intelligent as you are.
Maybe.
That's
he's an intelligent. He's an intelligent guy. I'm not mocking.
Guy.
I have friends from
I
that
think
school
he's an
that ended up
intelligent
pretty
guy.
dumb. So I don't know.
All right, so we will go through our list. So here's what we're doing. ESPN. I swear to God, it's a thing.
I've never heard of this.
I'm pretty sure it's also a tool used in interventions. I'm just saying.
And you say we're not going to get distracted during this topic.
I'm sorry.
Seriously, we can't even get past talking stick.
It's my fault.
No, it's not. It's Andrew's fault. This thing's crazy.
Somebody on social media or the phone line or text line needs to back me up on this. I feel like I'm crazy.
You're going to find some doofus.
No, I need multiple people.
You're going to find some deuces that got taught by a teacher.
I need multiple people.
You hold the stick and you get to talk now.
You guys, I can't believe you never even freaking heard of this.
Oh my gosh, that's incredible.
Anyways, 9 o'clock. We will unveil.
I love it.
I've had a rough day.
It's been a great
We're going to unveil our top 10 Philadelphia athletes since the beginning of the century. ESPN
and the extra year that they're adding.
ESPN is putting out their top 100 since the turn of the century. They're doing a quarter poll. And like I said yesterday, I can't wait for the century to come to an end, and then we can react to it together on the show.
We will.
Yeah.
That'll be great.
I'll just chop off your head at one point.
I could do
put it on ice, and then I'll put you back on.
Hey.
And then,
dude, God's taken 3 shots at me, and he had and none of them.
Listen, man. You never know.
I'm thinking maybe he just doesn't want me, and you could understand why.
That could be.
You can understand.
That could be
He's
true.
not ready for it.
He's going to ask you whether or not you belong up there, and you'll give him a 75-hour-long answer. So coming up at 9, we will give our individual top 10 list best athletes in Philadelphia. Now, there were some parameters. This isn't like best athlete, period. Terrell Owens is not on any of our lists. If we did who have been the best athletes since 2000,
that's just athletic ability.
T.O. is on there.
Right.
But this is over a stretch of time in Philadelphia, just like how the ESPN list is not one individual season puts them on the top 100. No, it's what they have been able to accomplish over a span of 25 years. So what we're doing is the Philadelphia athletes, we're focusing on Philadelphia, we're focusing on the 4 majors, and it's what they accomplished over time, not just one season. I have my reasoning behind my top 10. You have your reasoning behind your top 10. Connor has his reasoning behind his top 10, which is why we will not have, I'm sure, close to a same top 10, but we'll probably have similar names, is my guess.
I think we're going to match. Connor, what did you say? 6 names?
7.
7. I think we'll probably match. Yeah, we'll probably match 7 names amongst.
And then just the ordering will be.
And the order will be different.
All over the place.
Right, I'm sure.
Now, and we'll see.
I can't wait to do this.
And there's going to be some controversial answers, I think.
I don't think there's going to be any controversial answers. I think there's going to be more controversial seeding.
Okay. And that's probably fair.
I don't think one of us is going to put somebody in the top 10 that people go, holy, like, what are you talking about?
Right.
That's stupid.
Yeah,
there might be some.
There might be one.
There might be some guy on, yes.
And are you guys, because the ESPN list is not speculating down the road. Are you speculating at all on your
not at all.
What they've done already.
Okay.
No. Has to be, in fact, I did it as far as what do I know today?
Okay.
What do I did the list yesterday, and then I stacked them this morning. It took me 5 times as long to stack them.
Right. Yeah,
as it did to come up with them.
Right. So what I did is I wrote down the names that I think should at least be in the consideration of it, and then I ordered it this morning.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, I think
and it took me much longer to stack them.
Absolutely. All right, let's go to the phone. Let's go to our man Jay in West Philly. Jay, what's going on, man?
Oh, what's going on, y'all?
How you doing, brother?
Look, that winning stuff, I think that's all situational, man. You can't tell me Robert Horry is more of a winner than Charles Barkley.
You can't. You can't, but he's won 7 titles.
I know, but he was on a team. There was no pressure on him to take those shots. So all that big shot Bob stuff don't mean nothing to me.
Yeah,
if he had missed those shots, who was they blaming?
I always laugh at people like with the ring argument, Jay, because a lot of guys got rings that never really did much.
Right.
I didn't say he didn't do much, but all the big shot Bob was saying he a winner over players that was dependent.
Right, like Charles Barkley, I would say is probably more of a winner than Big Shot Bob, and Barkley never won.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. So all that stuff, and it's all situational, because like you look at Embiid, Paul George is going to be the best player that he's played with. Nick Nurse is the best coach that he had, and it was no coincidence we said that was his best series.
Right.
That's just like LeBron leaving. Was he a winner when he got to Miami? Because his situation was better. He had better players with him. So winning is all about this being in that situation. And, of course, the King Panderer. I thought I heard that.
Oh, stop. Here you go. What shot are you going to take at Harper today?
I thought I heard that speech yesterday. It's the whole team. I wonder where he got that from.
What do you mean where he got
Jason
it from?
Kelsey? You're stealing? You think he's stealing it from Kelsey? Get the hell out of here, Jay. Get the hell out of here. We got to go anyway.
Because, again, and I love Jason Kelsey, but I think the entire premise of no one likes us, we don't care is the biggest lie ever told.
Oh, stop. He was hammered drunk.
Well, then again, I've done the show with you some mornings.
That's true. By the way.
88 today, by the way.
How about that?
I love that.
Did you ever see the movie Man of the House with Chevy Chase? You seem like a guy that would have seen that movie.
I don't remember it.
Okay. They use a talking stick in that movie.
They do? I don't remember.
Yeah, you made that up.
That was like the worst.
Somebody tweeted it in.
That might have been one of the worst Chevy Chase movies.
There's been a lot about what? Because of a talking stick?
The talking
There's
stick.
a lot of talking stick love that's coming in on social
media. Use the go-to-break stick.
All right, coming up next, we unveil our top 10 athletes since the turn of the century in Philadelphia
spit
sports.
The tease out stick.
It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. beautiful Wednesday morning. Coming up at 9:10, we play the 5 best minutes from our conversation with Adam Schefter. You'll be able to hear the entire thing in its entirety on 97.5thefanatic.com. Schefter was great today, so it was a great conversation. You might want to check that out. But, as promised, ESPN doing their top 100 athletes since the beginning of the century. We are going to do our top 10 Philadelphia athletes since the beginning of the century. Connor, I'm going to have you go first. And again, I don't want to spend too much time explaining it. These are guys that actually played for a X amount of years, not like T.O. who played one season, even though he is probably one of the 10 best athletes since 2000. This is Philadelphia players that did things, their teams did things, you name it. So, Connor, you'll be the guinea pig, and you will go first.
A lot of pressure. Okay, I'm going from 10 to 1.
You're going 10 to 1, okay.
At 10, I have a guy currently playing on the Philadelphia Phillies.
All right.
Maybe the most underrated guy on this list. Aaron Nola is at 10.
Okay.
At 9, the one and only flyer on this list. Claude Giroux comes in at 9.
Okay.
At 8, this may seem low, Bryce Harper. The amount of time in this city, not a lot compared to some of these other guys.
Okay.
At 7, another Philly, Jimmy Rollins, just above Bryce, has a championship and an MVP in this city. At number 6, Roy Halladay. He does not have the championship. He has a Cy Young Award. He has a perfect game. He has a no-hitter. He is a Hall of Famer, which Jimmy Rollins cannot yet say, and Bryce Harper cannot yet say. Number 5, the best quarterback in the Eagles' history. Fitting, it's number 5. Donovan McNabb comes in at 5 for me. At 4, Joel Embiid. We will debate that, I'm sure. At 3, an all-time great Eagle, Jason Kelce. At 2, Allen Iverson. And the Allen Iverson pick at 2 had some to do with the change of culture in this city, what he did off the floor as much as what he did on the floor. I think that's important to take into account with a player like Allen Iverson, the number 1 greatest athlete since 2000 in the city. It's Brian Dawkins, and it wasn't too close.
Okay.
All right.
I have 7 of your names.
Right on the number,
I'm
baby.
sorry. I have 8 of your names.
Oh, okay.
I have 8 of your names.
I have 7.
Okay.
Johnny, I'm going to let you go first before me.
Number 10 showed up on Connor's list. Claude Giroux, 3rd leading scorer of a decade in the NHL. I thought he deserved to be on the list. Number 9, I'll just call him by his name without using the middle name, Joel Embiid at 9. Number 8, Jason Kelce. Number 7, Bryce Harper. Number 6, Brian Dawkins. So I have 2 guys in my top 5 who Connor did not have, which is strange. Number 5, Lane Johnson. Number 4, Jason Peters. Number 3, Allen Iverson. Number 2, Donovan McNabb. Number 1, Jimmy Rollins.
So you had no Dawkins.
No, Dawkins is
Oh,
6.
you did have
6.
Dawkins. Oh, I'm not a
Dawkins
great
6.
listener. So
Dawkins
you should
is
have the
6.
talking stick. Okay. Interesting.
No, you should have the listening stick.
So I had 7 of Connor's.
Okay, and how many have been?
7 of John's.
Okay, so you have 3 different. Okay.
But all different order.
All right, here you go.
My honorable mentions.
Oh, you have 12.
Oh, here we go.
You went 12. Just give your 10 so
12
then
12
you can talk about your honorable
12
mentions
was
later.
Giroux.
Oh,
11, I'm shocked that both of you didn't have him on there.
Well, we didn't do
But
12.
I didn't. I know.
We did 10.
None of us said Chase Utley.
No.
No,
Not
he's
even
not
close.
on there.
He wouldn't even push this list to me.
All right.
No MVP.
Coming in. So that's a big reasoning with mine.
Okay.
Were they ever the best in their sport at what they do?
Okay.
Which is why I didn't have number 5 on mine. Coming in at 10, Roy Halladay. He was the best pitcher in baseball. The only reason why he was at 10 and not higher up was he only really did it for 2 great years here. If he did it for 5, 6 great years, he's probably in the top 3. He's one of the best pitchers in the history of baseball, but he only did it for 2 years here. One of them was exceptionally great. Number 9, all-time leading rushers in Philadelphia Eagles history, LaShawn McCoy.
I considered.
Had seasons where he was the best running back in football in specific categories, which is why I have Shady in my top 10 at number 9. the most fearful hitting first baseman for like 4 straight years, an MVP and a World Series champion, and not on the list for either of you, Ryan Howard.
He would, if I had done a 12 list, which was absurd because it was a 10, I would have had Ryan Howard in my
He would have been your honorable mention.
He would have
was
made my
right there
honorable
for me,
mentions.
too.
I have Ryan
hard to keep
Howard
off the
at
list.
8.
Okay.
All-time hit leader in Philadelphia Phillies franchise history, Jimmy Rollins at number 7.
That's
Again,
the first immediate crossover same number we've had because I had Jimmy at 7 as well.
Okay. I, too, had Jason Peters on my list. First ballot Hall of Famer. Forget what we talked about.
Without question.
Forget what we talked about, how he should have hung it up like 3 or 4 years ago.
Yeah, I'm not worried. I'm worried about
Peters,
his Philly tenure.
Yes, he is one of the best left tackles in the history of the game. He will be a first ballot Hall of Famer, and he was incredible here up until the end of his tenure with Philadelphia.
Might be the biggest steal in a trade in any Philly sports team's history.
May have been. I have Jason Kelce 5th on this list. Again, considered the best at his position multiple times. Also, first ballot Hall of Famer. I have Brian Dawkins at 4. The only reason why he's not higher is he was never considered the best at his position. Ed Reed and Troy Polamalu were also in conversation, and they were. Was Dawkins first ballot or second ballot Hall of Famer?
First ballot.
First ballot, but so was Ed Reed and Troy Polamalu.
Yes. Correct.
But Brian Dawkins was never a clear-cut best at his position. I have Embiid at 3. I have Iverson at 2. I have Bryce Harper number 1.
That's insane.
That's insane.
MVP, soon to win a second MVP. All those leadership and winners that we've talked about, he has done that, and he is the best player on this team.
Okay,
That's the craziest thing on anyone's list.
I got Harper 7. You have Harper where?
8.
I have him
And
at
you
1.
have at 1. I'm floored by that just because it's that window of time. I'm floored with both of you, and I know the fondness you have for him, and it was an amazing memory. Roy Halladay was a blip on the radar. He was a 2-year player here. There's no way that Roy Halladay is knocking off guys with the tenure. The guys that are on our lists have incredible tenure of sustained excellence here. That's not saying that Roy Halladay isn't
No,
freaking
of course
spectacular.
not. Yeah.
But Roy Halladay, I believe, does not belong.
And look, he fits very much closer to that Terrell Owens thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's
which
2
is
years.
why I said
It
T.O.
was 2 years.
Well, he played for 4, but he was exceptional at 2. And 2 of those were the best in baseball.
Yeah, but I mean, for this conversation, it's 2 years.
Okay.
Yeah, but it would be like if T.O. came here and won an MVP that season. And had
I mean, it was
a game
an
where he
amazing.
scored 6 touchdowns and a game where he scored 5. Like the dude threw a perfect game and a
depends on-
playoff no-hitter.
Like me keeping off, I will tell you, me keeping Ryan Howard off with Giroux, what pushed Giroux into 10 on my list was that Giroux was the 3rd leading scorer in the NHL for a 10-season period.
Right,
as a
longevity.
Flyer.
Right.
And I look at that and I say, and I love Ryan Howard. Just absolutely awesome. And check out his restaurant in Atlanta, by the way, if you want. But but I can't.
And look, these are all our opinionated
Supplemental, right.
individual
Right, exactly.
lists.
And what we prioritize.
Right. I know Bryce Harper is crazy to put at 1.
Yeah,
but,
it is.
but I saw this dude come in here and has done everything as advertised. Everything.
He has.
Everything's advertised.
But
it's not enough yet.
How the hell do you put him over Brian Dawkins and Jason Kelce?
Because if Bryce Harper retired today, he's in the Hall of Fame.
Okay, those guys are Hall of Famers too.
Okay.
The elephant in the room, though, Connor, is not that one. And I know the Harper thing, it is big. The elephant in the room is Donovan McNabb.
Yeah,
and Andrew, I'm going to tell you, is that the other night someone did the national anthem drunk. I think you might have done this list drunk. There is no
I did it
way.
this morning. I think I was sober.
There is no way in the world that Donovan McNabb is not one of the 10 greatest athletes in Philadelphia in the last 20.
So then who is he knocking off? Roy Halladay?
Oh, absolutely.
All right, so
Halladay, I mean, Donovan McNabb's contribution to this city so far dwarfs what Roy Halladay did. Roy Halladay, they didn't even get to they didn't play Didn't play in a World Series. Didn't play in an NLCS.
What? Like, you have Bryce Harper here for going to a World Series and then going to an NLCS in back-to-back years.
And then
I
you
understand,
let Harper.
but
winning an MVP.
Sure. McNabb went to 4
And one of the
straight.
biggest things I said is the fact that they were the best at their position. Don McNabb was never the best at his position.
All right.
In the NFL. And that's not necessarily his fault because he played in an era with Tom Brady and Peyton Manning. But Bryce Harper's playing in an era with a ton of great athletes, and he has been the best at what he has done and is on pace to being a second-time MVP in Philadelphia.
Can we go back to McNabb?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm thinking you're out of your mind. Like to me, I can't believe if you said to me, name 5 guys that are guaranteed to be on all of our list, I would have McNabb as one of those 5. Like, I can't believe it. McNabb,
Didn't have him on there.
his contribution, without Donovan McNabb's drafting and his accomplishments here and what he did, I'm not sure the Eagles ever had the turnaround that they had. If they had drafted Ricky Williams, we never would have seen what we've seen the last 25 years out of the Eagles.
Am I the only one who had Nola?
Yes.
You were the only one who had Noah. And by the way, he was definitely somebody that I thought in my head about.
Right.
But he didn't make it. Ryan Howard was right there.
Look, if we go
right
to
there.
15,
And
if
Shady
we go to
McCoy.
20,
Ryan Howard and Shady McCoy would have been, if I had decided to do a 10-thing assignment and make it 12 like Andrew and not follow directions, I would have had Ryan Howard. I would have had Ryan Howard and Shady McCoy.
Well, Sixers and Flyers were easy. Giroux is the only possible flyer you
No,
could put
only
on there.
possible
And
one.
AI and Embiid are the only
two.
possible Sixers.
Okay, gentlemen saying to me here, how in the hell did none of you mention 88? And I'm like, Eric Lindros didn't do anything
No,
after
he didn't do
2000.
anything
He
after
didn't
2000.
play
It had to be correct. He didn't. So I mean, it's like people are just so they understand the assignment.
Oh, yeah,
2000 on Philadelphia contributions. I'm just really shocked at you with McNabb.
He's my franchise. He's my all-time
And I know
Eagles quarterback.
and you're
I love
very,
him.
I know you
love
do.
him.
And so do I. And it's just I just don't want him as my Uber driver. But it's that.
So the
but
best
it's fun.
quarterback in franchise history played here for over a decade in this time frame, and you're not picking him for a top 10
I have
list?
a lot of guys that played over a decade or close to a decade that were the best at their position and are considered the best at their position in Philadelphia and also in the sport.
I guess.
I'm shocked.
Here's the thing. So Harper's going to go down as the best outfielder in Phillies franchise history. Iverson's the best guard in Sixers franchise history. Embiid, you can legitimately debate, is the best center in Sixers franchise history. Brian Dawkins, best safety. Jason Kelsey.
If you're
Jason
saying modern,
Peters.
if you're saying modern era, Embiid is it.
Yeah,
Like all
Wilt
these guys,
is
that
gonna-
Jimmy Rollins, best shortstop. Ryan Howard, best
No,
first baseman.
Jimmy Rollins. The reason he's number one on my
Trey
list.
Turner might
he
have
is the-
something to say about
he's the
that.
He's
hit
not
leader.
there yet, though.
How in the world Jimmy Rollins is a world champion? Jimmy Rollins is an MVP. Jimmy Rollins is the all-time leader for the franchise in hits.
Yeah.
Bryce Harper can't be ahead of him.
Yeah, how is Harper
Am I-
one, dude?
He can't be
He's
ahead of
number
him.
one.
He can't be.
You're
You're projecting.
That he's
You're
number
projecting.
one.
And I do think some of it is projection.
Well,
But
that
the
may be
thing
part
is-
of my
and that may part of it, like-
argument where I'm wrong.
Exactly.
But I
mean,
wrote it down and I ran with it.
And the thing is, though,
well, you should run back with it.
Nah, man, already happened. I'm not a coward.
is there
Stand by it.
is there anybody when you heard everyone else's list that you went, okay, maybe I need to go back and I swung and missed on this one.
I'm surprised that you had Lane Johnson.
I'm a huge Lane Johnson.
I'm not, because he's another guy that might go
He's first
down.
ballot Hall of
Yeah.
Famer.
Here's the thing for me. It's the same reason I didn't have Jason Peters. I know tackles are super important. It's very hard for me to give tangible reasoning for those guys to be on the list.
The left tackle is arguably the most important player
Right.
on an offense.
All right.
Sometimes. And also, too, for a guy like Lane Johnson, when he's in, this team has won.
Yes.
When he's out, this team has not. And there's enough data to show it's not sort of fluky that when Lane Johnson's been gone, this
Right.
team's been average.
I'm not debating that, but they're kind of the best statistic for an offensive tackle is a lack of statistic.
Okay, well, he hasn't given up sack.
That's what I'm saying.
He's went entire seasons without giving up sacks.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It's just for all of these other the guys on my list.
Lane Johnson's probably one of those guys that should definitely be considered.
Yeah, and I'm not debating that.
And me having him 5 and you not having him is it just shows you how different people look at things.
We look at things differently.
And what they value. And I got to tell you, before the Johnson era and the Peters era, I did not value linemen.
But the funny thing is,
the way I do now.
I've got Kelsey at 3, who's arguably playing like a less valuable line position.
It's interesting.
I don't know.
We all look at it differently. Mine's most accurate, and that's okay.
I wish everybody would text.
It's not.
I wish everybody would text in now. That at 610-632-0975. The worst thing that they heard.
Oh, you know what the answer should be. Harper can't be number one.
No, I don't. You don't know that. There might be people who agree with you because, by the way, by the time Harper's done, he could absolutely maybe be number one on that list. Not now, but he could be. Like, to me, what's the worst thing you heard on our list? It's as simple. Just send it to 610-632-0975. And it's interesting because I'll be interested today during Bob's show, during Best Show Ever, if they have a chance to respond to this and say, what's the best thing they heard, the worst thing they heard, or the thing that they think is we're out of their minds about?
Yeah, would love it.
It's very interesting.
Would love it. All right.
Also, since 2000, because I have people texting me about Steve Carlton and Mike Schmidt. So, since 2000.
Since 2000. That's why I took like 5 minutes to literally explain it.
Some people don't listen.
All right,
that's okay. Or they come in on it. It's because they come in on it late.
That's true. They should have been listening since 6.
They should have been. I mean, look, this is show number 88. Come on, you're getting good content out of this. All right, so we'll do the best 5 minutes of Schefty coming up at 9:35. All right, 9:35, because as Connor was accurate in thinking this would go a little bit longer, but it was great conversation.
It was. It really is interesting.
I liked
it too.
Let's go to Sean in Levittown. Sean, you're on 97.5, The Fanatic.
Hey, guys, how you doing?
What up, Sean?
What's up, buddy?
Not much. Just real quick, Andrew, I have heard of that talking stick for the elementary kids, by the way.
Yeah, thank you. Talking stick. Apparently, I'm a crazy one here.
Nah, yeah, I had that in elementary school, too. So
wow.
I'm 28 years old, so I kind of remember that.
See, that's what I'm saying. It's new age.
It's new age, but it's not new age.
Sort of
everybody gets a turn like you try to make it out to
No,
be.
it's just new age. You pass the stick to Andrew.
Yes.
Now let's pass it back to Sean in Levittown.
Just real quick with the Jalen Hurts thing. I think about his play last year, I think he had a decent season. It definitely wasn't good, but I don't think it was bad either. I think it was just average. And I think it was partly to blame for some of the reads that he made for defense on the defenses and all that. I don't think he made the right throws on some of the plays, but also it had to do with the coaching. So I think it's both in between. I don't think it's one side or the other. I do want to say that I think he's going to have a better year this year under Kellen Moore. At least I hope so, because I think we're kind of screwed if we don't.
Yeah, I think he's going to have. Sean, I think you are in line with it. I'm saying he's going to have a better year than 22.
I do. I think he's going to be right up there with 2022, actually. And I do want to, if I can, get in real fast with the top 10 athletes.
Yeah,
sure.
What about Chase Utley? Do you think Utley makes it on that list?
I had him just outside of the top 10.
I did not even consider him.
Which I'm surprised. And thanks for the call, Sean.
And I love Utley, but I did not consider him. He's cracking this list.
In terms of my reasoning, right, the best at their position, Chase Utley was the best second baseman in baseball for at least 4 seasons.
I'm thinking 4. I think 4.
2 guys on that team that won MVP.
Yeah.
No, I know, and that's why he fell out of my top 10.
Right.
Every guy that I have in my top 10 have won a Hall of Fame, won an MVP, are in the Hall of Fame, won a Cy Young. The only guy that didn't was LaShawn McCoy, but he was literally an all-timer in the Eagles uniform.
Every guy on my list, and I believe McNabb will end up a Hall of Famer.
I don't know if he will, man.
I think he will. The pedestrian. I got to tell you this, Donovan McNabb, the pedestrian players that they have led into the Pro Football Hall of Fame, Donovan McNabb sure as hell better be in there.
I think he should be.
He should be.
I don't know
he's
if
in
he
my
will
Hall
be.
of Fame.
Yeah. He's in my, and the thing is, though, we all agree, though. And you're a big McNabb fan. Andrew's not a McNabb basher.
Put him on the list.
No, but some people are like, I can't believe the bashing. You're not bashing him at all.
I think he should be in the Hall of Fame, but I don't know if he will be. All right, coming up next, you'll hear the 5 best minutes of Adam Schefter. We'll get some reaction to the lists. You can text and call on 610-632-0975. And the wide receiver poll just came out. The executives who voted, coaches and scouts. A.J. Brown lower than we think. Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The AL wins the All-Star game. I'm Connor Thomas. This update is brought to you by Worldwide Stereo.
dumpster in a bag. You can get yours today at Home Depot and Lowe's. You need details? Go to Bagster.com.
It is 9:30 on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic on this beautiful Wednesday morning. A Schefter Wednesday, who joined us earlier today. We'll replay the 5 best minutes of it coming up at 9:35. Going to get to your text in a second, but the executive coaches and scout voting poll for each individual position in the NFL, as we've been going through the last couple of days, the wide receivers just dropped. We spoke with Jeremy Fowler yesterday. He did tell us that A.J. Brown would be in the top 10. We, as a show, agreed.
We thought fourth.
Fourth would be the lowest he'd be.
Right.
Think lower.
Okay. If it's lower than fifth, tell me who the 4 are.
Here are your top 10. Coming in at number 10, Brandon Aiyuk, who we did say would be in the top 10 yesterday.
Yes, we did.
Coming in at number 9, Stephon Diggs. I have no problem with that. A name we didn't mention yesterday. A name, shame on us for not mentioning. A guy that has probably had one of the most underrated careers.
Okay, who?
Mike Evans.
Oh, yeah.
The dude is a walking
he's been excellent.
1,000-yard season every single year. Shame on us for not mentioning him.
That is a ban on us.
But he's going down as a severely underrated star throughout his entire career with multiple different quarterbacks. Baker Mayfield, Jameis Winston, Ryan Fitzpatrick. He's had so many different guys thrown to him, and Tom Brady for 2 years.
That is really bad on us.
Number 7, Amon-Ra St. Brown from the Lions, who we said would be in this list. A.J. Brown comes in at 6th on this list.
Okay, 6th. I can't wait to hear 5 and 4.
Here are the names higher. And one of them was we were questioning yesterday whether or not he'd be in the top 10. It was Davante Adams. Davante Adams comes in 5th.
I understand that. I really do.
Very, very good. Very good.
He's very, very good.
So he's 5th. CeeDee Lamb is 4th.
Wow. Okay,
we expected him to be high.
Who's in the top 3 that I...
Well, it's Jamar, it's Tyreek Hill, and it's Justin Jefferson.
And that was ordered. Jamar 3, Tyreek Hill 2, Justin Jefferson 1.
I don't put Jamar ahead of CeeDee Lamb. I don't put Jamar ahead of A.J. Brown.
I'll tell you right now that Jamar is a monster.
He is.
He's
He's spectacular.
Good. So,
but I think the other guys are too. I really do.
All
I think
throse.
And I think it's close.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All 3 of those receivers, Jefferson, obviously, and then Hill and Jamar Chase, their highest ranking were number 1. So it was almost like a toss-up, it seemed, between those 3.
Is this the tightest group that we've talked about? Like, as far as when you hear the top 10, is this to me, this
interior offensive lineman, but like, we don't know. But we're not really breaking that down.
The interior offensive lineman, you're like, I'm going, okay, I don't,
yeah.
I'm not as skilled. But when you're talking about a position group, where 7 is close to 2.
Well, quarterback was that way, too.
Quarterback was that way, too. But quarterback is, like, these are superstars. I don't know if Matt Stafford's a superstar quarterback, and he's 5th.
It's a different type of tight.
Right.
The wide receiver, it's anybody could be 1.
But
quarterback,
I didn't think
it's Mahomes, but anyone could be 2.
Wow, I don't...
So here are your honorable mentions, and I'll go
But not many people could be 7, 8. Like, you could go 2 to 6 could be the same guy. And then the back end, like, I think there's many different levels.
This one's a hard one. Wide receiver's hard one. Your honorable mentions.
Okay.
So
they do what you do.
Yeah. I'll go in order. So I'll start with what would technically be number 11, Cooper Kupp. So he's outside the top 10. If he doesn't get hurt last year, he's probably in the top 10.
Hakuna Matata.
Deebo Samuel is at 12. Garrett Wilson, we talked about yesterday, is at 13. Jalen Waddle is at 14. Devontae Smith comes in at 15. Nico Collins, who I don't have up there just yet.
I do
especially because he's ahead of Amari Cooper, which I think is ridiculous. I think Amari Cooper should be higher.
How many honorable mentions do they have?
Well, it's based off the voting.
Okay.
And then DJ Moore, and then the rest were also received votes. Like guys like DK Metcalf, Terry McLaurin.
Okay.
But yeah, A.J. Brown comes in at 6. But when you see the names ahead of them, you go, all right, those all make sense because they're all super talented.
Right.
And like Amon-Ra St. Brown at 7 is extremely talented. Mike Evans is disrespected at 8.
I'm not mad at that list. I got to be honest with you. Like, I would have him higher, but I understand why all those guys ahead of him are.
I can understand. I'm not like, let's put it this way. I don't think there's any disrespect
Right.
No, I
By the
mean
way that
disrespect
list came
in terms of he's always
No.
been disrespected.
No, but I don't think
right?
there's any. When I heard the list, I'm like, okay, I can understand why people think that.
Mike Evans has never had a season where he hasn't reached 1,000 yards. That's amazing, dude. And with so many different quarterbacks and not good teams in Tampa. I know they won a Super Bowl with Tom Brady, but other than that,
That dude's a Hall of Famer.
that dude's a Hall of Famer. Yeah.
Yes.
He's got 11,680 yards in his career, and he's only 30. Like,
now, you see, now that threw off right now because as you were having the conversation, I was saying, what's he around 32?
He's 30 years old.
He has plenty of time.
He's got plenty of time left. All right, here's our 5 best minutes of Adam Schefter. We are less than a week away from the start of training camp for the Birds. So let's talk to Adam Schefter. Shefty, good morning. How you doing today?
Andrew, John, what is going on this morning?
Let's ask you one of our main topics today, Shefty. We're getting into what we believe should be considered a winner, and it doesn't necessarily mean winning a championship. Like Bryce Harper has never won a World Series. We believe that Bryce Harper is a winner. We're debating about whether or not Joel Embiid is a winner. I'll ask you, Shefty, what do you believe is considered a winner in the NFL, and who are some players that might fit that mold, and does Jalen Hurts fit that mold?
A winner to me is a guy that usually produces when it matters most. It doesn't mean that he has to win a championship. Like Charles Barkley to me was a winner. Dan Marino was a winner, despite the fact that they never won a championship. But guys that basically when the chips are down, they're going to come through more often than not. They're somebody you could bank on. They're somebody you could count on. They're somebody that gets it done. And I think Jalen Hurts was tracking to be a winner, and it looks like he still can be a winner, but he still has to prove that. We don't know that he is yet. The signs were very encouraging early on, and now after last year, you look at it and you go, well, what's that? And so he's got to respond to that and answer that, right?
Shefty, this is something that we've talked about a lot in the past, but I would like to get your opinion on this. And it's something that just hit me as we were having this conversation. Jason Kelce, we talked about a lot how every single year it seemed like it could have been the final year. Are we reaching that point soon? Or have we reached that point with a guy like Lane Johnson? And could one more great season be the end of Lane Johnson?
I've never asked him about it, so we're just guessing. How old is Lane Johnson right now? 35 years old?
That sounds about right.
I'm going to guess 36.
He's 34, turned 34 in May, so a young 34.
He turned 34 in May?
Yes.
Well, I don't know whether this is the last year or next year is the last year. But look, he doesn't have a lot of time left. I think that's obvious. You're not playing offensive line most people are not playing offensive line into their late 30s. So I'm sure my guess would be that he's probably attacking it on a year-to-year basis, and you see how you're feeling and doing and go from there. But, look, you guys had a Hall of Fame career. He's been incredible.
Oh, yeah.
And, it won't go on forever. And, yeah, maybe it is the last year. I don't know. But that would surprise you. How many 33 can do it 12, 13 years?
This will be his 12th.
Yeah. Well, okay, there you go.
By the way, I do not want to see Brandon Aiyuk end up with the Washington Commanders. Do you believe he plays it out with San Francisco? And if he does, if they just say to him, hey, look, you're under contract, you're playing, is that a strategy the Eagles should have used with a certain pass rusher in Hassan Reddick?
I'd have to really sit down to dig into more differences between the two. But, see, Hassan Reddick has been paid before.
Yes.
And Brandon Aiyuk really hasn't. He's a first-round he's on his rookie contract still, which, he's paid. But Hassan Reddick had a chance to go to free agency, right, and went to
Carolina, came to the Eagles.
Right. Did he get paid in Carolina?
Yes. He got paid by the Eagles a 3-year contract.
And he got paid in Carolina.
Yes, he did.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah, right. See, he had been to free agency. Brandon Aiyuk has not been to free agency. So Hassan Reddick, I think, has a little bit more leverage to be able to do what he wants than Brandon Aiyuk. Like Brandon Aiyuk, and I think this is why you come out and say a week before camp, I'm requesting a trade because, by the way, he's got 1 year left on his contract right now. So he's due to make, I think, $14 million this year. If the Niners want to keep him after this year, they can tag him. If they want to keep him after, they can tag him again. So they have his rights if they want for the next 3 years.
Right.
So, Hassan Reddick's not really in that position.
Well, the Eagles could have kept Hassan Reddick and said, you're playing for the $15 million or go or sit at home.
Yeah, but they knew
he'd be a problem.
He felt. They knew how he felt, and they knew that what is now happening in New York could wind up happening there.
Yeah.
And they also knew that basically they had discussions and had taken it as far as and they knew that they were not going to be able to afford to re-sign him. So there wasn't any hope of them doing a long-term deal together. The Niners still want to keep Brandon Aiyuk. Now, today, Brandon Aiyuk doesn't want to be there, and it feels like the two sides can't get it done. But you know what? Deebo Samuel said, I'm not playing here. I want to be traded, and they got a deal worked out. Robbie Gould said the same thing as a kicker. Right. Same thing happened. And so they're still hoping that it gets worked out. And by the way, like a Super Bowl, why are they going to go trade one of their top weapons when they're trying to compete for the Super Bowl for draft picks? You do that after the year. We'll ride it out.
That's the exact point I'm making about Reddick. You're a Super Bowl contender. Why did you let him dictate his way out of town? He must have been a problem. They must have known he was going to be a problem.
I think. Well, that's number one. And number two, they also knew that they had no hopes of re-signing him.
All right, there's the 5 best minutes, from Adam Schefter earlier today. I was looking at the top 10 list, which got the numbers mixed up. Speaking of the top 10 list, I see that they are being tweeted out. I'm sure the reaction will be fantastic for some of them. What do we have on the text line, Connor?
Hey, man, we're not the ones who put Bryce Harper at 1.
Number 1, baby.
We've thrown a lot of names around, like Cole Hamels and stuff like that in the break. This one's interesting. Matt from Media checks in and says, I'm surprised there was no mention of Zach Ertz. Was there ever any consideration?
He was
didn't even come across my thought process.
As great as he was here, he was never the best tight end in the sport.
Oh, dude, that's just not right.
I don't think that's true.
Zach Ertz had a year where he was the best tight end in football.
He was the best tight end in football?
Yes,
absolutely.
He did.
I thought he got surpassed as soon as George Kittle came in the league. He was still playing when
I think
Witten was still
like 1 or 2 years.
I think the 110 catch season, wasn't it?
Okay, so he was the best.
Absolutely, he was the best in the game.
All right, that's fair.
But he never crossed my mind.
Me either.
No.
Never even once crossed my mind.
No.
And then we have a list here from Tom from Eagleville who puts it together. He says 10 is Giroux, 9 Brian Westbrook, a guy that we haven't brought up yet.
I had him written down, but I went Shady because Shady did more in terms of the best in the sport a couple of times.
Gotcha. 8 is Kelsey, 7 Ryan Howard, 6 Embiid. He has Shady at 5, so Shady and Westbrook both made it. Rollins as high as 4 here. McNabb 3, AI 1. AI 2 and Dawkins 1.
So he didn't even have Harper in his 10.
He didn't have Harper in his top 10.
Which I think that's crazy.
That's absolutely
not as
absurd.
crazy as having him at 1.
At 1,
it's crazy.
No, I think not in the top 10 is crazier than having him at 1.
No.
Is it the weekend yet? All right, coming up next is the Kincade Salciunas Key 3, followed by our crossover with Bob Cooney. All coming your way next. Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Bob Cooney.
You now have someone. We got our crossover with Bob Cooney coming up in a few minutes.
I love the conversation that is broken out in the hallways.
See, I also love how literal some people take the list. So Marvin checks in. Is this athletes or sports stars? There are more athletic players than some of these guys.
Oh, come on.
Come on. Is it really that hard to freaking understand? Like, is it really that freaking hard to understand?
I love it.
Like, who's the Devin Allen? Is that the guy that's in the
Track
Olympics?
star?
Yeah, so he should be number one then. Marvin,
Come on.
Oh, Marvin, you're killing me. All right,
I don't
it's
know.
time
That's
now.
being- Holmes was pretty
That's being, and this from somebody who's very literal. Stop it, Marvin. Stop.
It's time now for the Kincade Salciunas Key 3.
Now, the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
So here's what I want to ask you guys today. First, let's discuss what you consider a winner. Now, Bryce Harper has not won a World Series, right? So it's not like it has to be championship that makes you a winner. You guys know sports. We've all played sports. We all get it.
Yeah, right.
There are some guys that are just winners, even though they may have never won a championship in the respective sport that they played. But we all agree that Bryce Harper is a winner. Why? He's extremely talented. He has leadership qualities. He has stepped up in the big moments. What else do you categorize a winner as?
I never have to worry. This is my absolute standard. I never have to worry that you are showing up with a winner's mindset.
Okay.
You are showing up doing all the things you're supposed to do. You're being a professional. You're conducting yourself like a professional. You are doing everything you can to put yourself in a position to succeed. And others can learn from you. You don't have to be the rah-rah speech.
Right.
You can be a quiet leader.
Like
you
I'll
can lead by
say,
example.
I'll throw out a name that we're going to discuss, Jalen Hurts.
Jalen Hurts leads by example.
Last night was the All-Star game. American League wins again. But the Phillies stepped up. You know, Harper had a hit. Alec Boehm had a hit. The guys in the bullpen did their thing. So it was a nice day for the Phillies. The Phillies showed out.
A feel-good.
Absolutely, for the National League All-Star team. But what I really want to focus on is Bryce Harper to start, because yesterday, of course, he hits a double, right? Like right away.
Right off the bat.
Of course, it's just opposite field, like shows up in the big moment. This guy has never shied away from it. Bedlam at the bank, as we have talked about, will go down as one of the greatest moments of our lifetime. You go, dude, this guy's everything is freaking advertised. That's why you waited 100 days to sign him. That's why you signed him to the monster contract. That's why you do the deal where there's no opt-outs and he has the full trade, no trade clause and all that kind of stuff. You go after a guy like that because you know he will uplift your franchise. And he has done everything to uplift this franchise with his own play, with his ability to attract other free agents. Like, Bryce Harper is the reason why we have this incredible roster. Let's face it, he's a big part of it.
When you said that a guy comes to town with the huge weight of expectations on his shoulder and delivers 100%, if they sketched out the day they signed Bryce Harper and said, to this point, here are all the things you would get if you sign him, you would race to get the pen.
In a heartbeat.
And you would say to yourself today, he's been a bargain. The only thing left to do is to win that world championship, but there is nothing that I'm saying, yeah, you were in most of the big moments you were in because Harper helped to carry you to them.
Let's talk to Adam Schefter. Shefty, good morning. How you doing today?
I think Jalen Hurts was tracking to be a winner, and it looks like he still can be a winner, but he still has to prove that. You know, we don't know that he is yet. You know, the signs were very encouraging early on, and now after last year, you look at it and you go, well, what's that? And so he's got to respond to that and answer that, right?
It's crazy what happens when the supporting cast around a great player doesn't show up.
Right.
It makes them look pedestrian.
It has a lot in Embiid's career.
Yeah, always. It just always does.
Yes.
Except when he has a chance to do something and he doesn't. I'm not going to gloss over 2023. You guys can. I'm not glossing over the
glossing over it. I've said a million times that it's inexcusable what happened.
And you know what? That is not going to happen. The not showing up part, the being totally checked out of a big game is not going to happen with the other guys that you're calling winners. Period.
You think about this team for a second. Are the Phillies almost like a perfect team in terms of how you'd want to construct it?
If you're talking about mix of veterans, mix of young, mix of pitching, mix of relief pitching, clutch bats, I'm going to tell you it's more solid than at any time, and that includes 07 to 11.
Right. And I'll add to that.
This is better.
Not just talent. We hear about the vibes all the time. We've heard, and not just from the Phillies players, we have heard baseball people, Hall of Famer Tim Kirkchin, Hall of Famer Buster Olney talk about this team. Jeff Passan, I remember last year saying that if you go to Citizens Bank Park during Red October, it feels like you're at an SEC football game.
It's the best home field advantage in baseball. The crowd here and everything, it's not close.
So the personality of the players, the personality of this fan base. Ownership that's willing to spend money. Dave Dombrowski that's willing to wheel and deal and make this team the best team possible. And then everything else that you mentioned, the veteran leadership. Like, this team is it almost feels perfect that you wouldn't want to be in another situation. All right, that's the Kincade Salciunas Key 3 best minutes from today's show, and now 3 of our favorite minutes from the show. Our crossover with Bob Cooney. Bobby, good morning.
Good morning, boys. What's going on?
Good. How are you?
All right.
Oh, just marvelous. Thank you.
So you're going to do the top 10 list as well in the 1 o'clock hour, like you said earlier today?
Yeah, the guys are working feverishly out there making their lists. So
Respond,
are they? Yeah.
Okay.
So I think we will.
I'm anxious to hear them respond to what we got wrong. In their minds, what we got wrong or what we got right, whether it's ranking or names.
There's only one that, and might be by. Obviously, this is all opinion.
Yes, absolutely.
There's no fact. Claude Drew does not make my list.
He doesn't make mine either.
No, and I heard what John said, and I don't know the numbers. And
he's a top 3 scorer for a decade.
Yeah,
in the
guess
NHL.
how many points he averaged a game in that decade. And one of the years they only played 48 games, and he had 48 points. So I adjusted it to 82 points. Okay, because it was a point a game. But guess how many points he averaged a season during those 10 seasons?
91.
77.
Okay, but he was the top 3 in the sport.
I'm just saying,
but if it's top 3 in the sport,
but I'm just like, he never did it for me.
Okay.
Just good player, absolutely.
I would say great player, but the guys on mine were close to the best.
Yeah, close to the best, championships,
like
all that stuff.
Ian just checked in less than a minute ago on Twitter. G needs to be on this list. He's the second most points in Flyers history. And just because it's second most in Flyers history doesn't uplift you into something.
No, I was surprised when I went and looked back at the numbers that he scored over 30 goals once with the Flyers. That he had over 100 points once with the Flyers. That's just to me, and like I said, this is all opinion. That's not greatness.
No, it's not.
How about McNabb being off Andrew's list?
That's an interesting conversation.
Save it if you've got thoughts on it. Save it.
Yeah, we're not going to react so much to your guys as making up our own, and then we can all put them together maybe.
Somebody just sent one in. Nick Foles is their 5th.
That's crazy.
Nick Foles.
That's
Bobby,
crazy.
what do you got coming up on the show?
Oh, man. Well, we're going to talk top 10 athletes in the world.
Exactly.
But no, we will have some reaction to that. I do want to put out there, John had a line this morning because of something that I wrote last night that I'm going to play off of. It was a line that, and it's about Jalen Hurts. And, where I look and see on him. Obviously, we'll look some more into the Phillies' first half of the season and moving forward and all. But Sixers' first-round draft pick, Jared McCain. I studied him, watched him. I got some thoughts on him.
Okay.
So, because part of me thinks that they're looking at him to be a necessary piece.
Yeah.
And I'm going to give my scouting report of whether that can/should happen.
We'll be listening. Bob Cooney coming your way next.
All right, boys.
Hey, support life-saving cancer research. Join us at our generous partner, Window Nation, even doors with the Salciunas.
Love you, Window Nation.
And make a donation to the American Association for Cancer Research. You can do it today at 975thefanatic.com/AACR because I'm living proof that cancer research saves lives.
Everybody have a great rest of your day. We're back at it tomorrow on a Wendy's Thursday.